Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, bienvenidos a Nadie me preguntó. Ahorita le vamos también a dar al casino de tu tío Salo, acabando este episodio rápido donde vamos a platicar del nuevo peligro. Oye, güey, las bienes raíces ya por fin van a caer. Y recuerden que solamente estoy hablando de Estados Unidos, este es el mercado donde vivo. Toda esta gente que puede especular en otros países se me hace una mega mamada, pero yo vivo aquí y parte de lo que me hizo una gran cantidad del dinero que tengo el día de hoy es bienes raíces en el pasado. Entonces lo hice por experiencia, aunque sé que eso ya no cuenta en el 2026. Lo único que cuenta es si viste un segmento de CNN de 5 minutos o un buen TikTok. Entonces tal vez no sea la persona correcta a la que quieras hacerle caso. Solamente lo he hecho por experiencia, entonces tampoco fui a la escuela ni nada así. Entonces no sé si sea un buen lugar para ti aprender de bienes raíces. Y ahorita le vamos a dar al casino del tío Salo. Pero quiero empezar con el punto que voy a hacer. Bienes raíces finalmente está en peligro. Déjenme les digo esto, va a ser aún peor. Yo creo que estamos en algo que va a tomar mucho más tiempo de lo que pensamos. ¿Por qué? Y eso es justo lo que voy a expandir en ello en este momento. Porque ayer que fue ayer y antier que estaba haciendo estaba básicamente haciendo una purga de todo lo que existe en mi cerebro, de lo que está pasando con el nuevo sistema financiero. Si no han visto ese video del día de ayer, les recomiendo muchísimo que lo vean. Si a mucha gente le parece que, güey, no hay audio, simplemente pícale a la tuerquita abajo en el video y pon que lo ponga en español. YouTube no sé por qué hace eso. Cuando tengo videos que tienen que ver con finanzas potentes, con engaños potentes, eso es lo que me hacen todo el tiempo. No sé por qué, igual es una gran coincidencia, ¿no? Pero es lo que pasa. Entonces, es la manera de arreglarlo para que lo puedas ver y no me digas, es que no se ve. Ahí está, ahí lo tienes. Es muy importante entender ese video, en mi opinión. ¿Por qué? Porque eso tiene muchísimo que ver con los intereses y eso tiene que ver muchísimo con el timing de lo que estás viviendo en este momento. Y eso tiene que ver con también la bolsa y tiene que ver casi con todo. En el 2023 hice un video donde les dije, lo peor que puede pasar en este momento es que la bolsa siga subiendo, porque va a crear una disparidad más grande entre la gente que tiene y la que no. Y creo que al 2026 ya puedes ver para atrás y decir, ok, es válido lo que está diciendo este pobre pendejo, ¿no? Otra cosa que tienes que tomar en cuenta, más allá del sistema financiero cambiando, la forma en la que Estados Unidos se va a financiar a partir del 2027 para adelante, una vez más parte de ese video, es que el efecto riqueza ya no está amarrado a tu casa. El efecto riqueza en Estados Unidos está amarrado completamente a la bolsa de valores. Entonces, siempre y cuando te puedan decir que la bolsa de valores está arriba, no hay forma de que puedas decir que hay una recesión, tío. En el 2000, una vez más, en el 2008 te podían contar que efectivamente todo había colapsado si el precio de las casas habían colapsado. Aquí lo único que tiene que en verdad colapsar, no simplemente ajustar, es la bolsa de valores, ¿ok? Y es por eso que hay tanto énfasis en dar mentiras en la bolsa de valores. Y para la gente que no lo comprenda, se lo quiero poner en términos sencillos, ¿no? Si te gusta cripto y estás viendo cripto, es la manera más sencilla de relacionarlo. Y te lo voy a poner aquí, por ejemplo. Hoy me desperté y vi que Donald Trump le está diciendo a todo el mundo, la bolsa de valores está en altos históricos. Y esta es una de esas cosas que tienes que ver por la gran mentira que es los huevos que tiene. Son enormes y lo admiro muchísimo por eso, ¿no? Porque, güey, le vale verga, sabe que eres un idiota y que ves todas tus tablitas en Yahoo Finance, entonces no vas a buscar nada. Si te está diciendo que la bolsa está en altos históricos, la bolsa, tío, está en altos históricos, efectivamente. Y permítanme compartir justamente lo que les estoy diciendo. Ahora, esto no tiene nada que ver, esta es la tabla de Bitcoin. Pero volteamos a ver los índices. Por ejemplo, el S&P 500, sí, está en alto histórico. Nasdaq, alto histórico. Dow Jones, alto histórico. Russell, alto histórico. Pero estos son índices. Estos son 3 índices. Vámonos rápidamente acá. ¿Cómo va Oclo? Un recorte como de 60%. Circle, lo mismo. Coinbase, lo mismo. Tesla está ya empezando a caer. Ya había recortado hasta casi 30% donde está ahorita. Solamente 15% abajo. Nada mal, pero es una de las 7 magníficas que carga el índice. Rivian, ¿qué te digo? Lucid, ¿qué te digo? Jack in the Box. Estas son importantes, porque estas son cosas que han estado con nosotros todo el tiempo desde el 2008. Y el 2008 en estas caídas, por ejemplo, es acá. Estamos más abajo que en el 2008 en comida rápida, para que lo puedan entender en términos sencillos. Videojuegos que normalmente les va muy bien cuando todo está bien, esto es Roblox, ¿no? El metaverso más grande del universo, está castigadísimo. Palantir también está castigado, no importa lo que nos estén vendiendo, Palantir va a ser una excelente compra, ¿eh? Está bajo 35%. Nike, bueno, esta también es otra de esas empresas que ya te estoy enseñando cómo todo está cambiando muy rápido y cómo todo te pueden solamente venir a decir que estás en altos históricos y te la vas a tragar enterita. MicroStrategy, Humana, ¿no? Que también está simplemente aquí para retestear y continuar para abajo a nuestra última cajita. Que aún así esto es una buena compra ya en el S&P 200, solamente lo habías visto antes en el 2008, ¿ok? Este tipo de oportunidades. Y es justamente lo que digo. ¿Ves? Las 7 magníficas, Apple está en altos históricos. Meta no, Meta está corrigiendo, no todavía agresivamente, pero está corrigiendo bien. Disney nunca desde el 2021 ha regresado a intentar. Y esto me recuerda muchísimo al mercado del 2000 al 2010. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar el por qué. Nvidia, que había tenido este tope, tiene buenos resultados y empieza a caer también. Amazon, pues sí, está en altos históricos. Microsoft no, está aquí. Y pueden ver que no está la bolsa en altos históricos y que no todo es una fiesta. Pero siempre y cuando puedan continuar con esta narrativa y puedan seguir enseñándote 3 cosas que van para arriba, que es todo lo que toma, con eso estás en altos históricos porque no tienes una idea de lo que estás viendo. Porque escuchas a alguien que solamente repite las noticias, ¿no? Que es parte de nuestra cultura en el 2026. No, yo no quiero pensar, yo quiero que un güey que según yo es más inteligente que yo me diga qué pensar, ¿no? Que ese güey es igual de pendejo que tú porque está viendo las noticias y ese güey le están diciendo qué pensar. Entonces, es importante entender esto. ¿Por qué es importante entender esto? Ahorita les voy a enseñar los parecidos y también tiene que ver con los intereses, pero para todos ustedes es muy importante entender que no estamos viendo la economía en el mejor punto de toda su historia. No estás viendo algo que continúa subiendo como lo viste hasta el 2021 en realidad. ¿Y por qué digo eso? Porque, por ejemplo, si estás en cripto, ves que Bitcoin llegó a su tope a finales del 2025 y ha estado cayendo por 6 meses, ¿no? Y puedes argumentar, güey, ya viste el piso, ya dejó de caer. Bien, entonces chingón. Pero sigue muy recortado comparado con sus altos históricos. Pero, por ejemplo, Solana topó en enero del 2025. Lleva 1 año y medio que no puede hacer un alto histórico. Y hay muchas empresas que están viviendo eso en este momento, donde todos sus altos históricos ocurrieron hace 2, 3, 4, a veces hasta 5 años en el 2021 y no han vuelto para arriba y continúan cayendo, como Jack in the Box, como Chipotle, todas estas cosas que has visto, ¿no? Que están muy castigadas. Esto te habla del tipo de economía en el que estamos y el tipo de mensajeo que están mandando, porque esto es suficiente para poder continuar la narrativa y para que nadie se queje y se entere que están en una recesión, para que gente que tiene negocios que se sienten que están peor que en el 2008 no puedan decir nada porque están invertidos en la bolsa. Y si están invertidos en la bolsa, en los índices, con eso tienen. Y normalmente también fondos de pensiones y todos estos, pues solamente le meten a cosas sencillas y todo se ve muy bien para nuestros amigos los boomers, ¿no? En papel. Entonces, ellos pueden ver que su negocio se va al pito, que nadie tiene dinero, que a nadie le alcanza para nada, pero la economía está poca madre porque estamos en altos históricos, ¿no? Es brutal. ¿Qué tiene esto que ver con las casas? El efecto riqueza ha sido completamente removido de las casas. Por eso la gente no se da cuenta en dónde está parada. Y una vez más, esto solo aplica en Estados Unidos. No tengo idea de cómo funcione tu país, no tengo idea de cómo funciona en México. No he comprado una sola puta propiedad, no sé nada. ¿Ok? Para que no veas, pero ¿y en Cartagena cómo está? No tengo idea. La idea de esto es enseñarles las similitudes con el pasado, entendiendo lo que va a pasar con nuestros intereses. En el video de ayer, para que los que se lo perdieron o todavía no lo han visto, explico de una forma bastante extensa qué es lo que va a pasar con los intereses. Y basado en lo que estoy viendo, yo creo que el sopetazo a la baja lo están empujando mucho más para adelante. mucho más para adelante. Y esto no tiene que ver con un ajuste. El ajuste está pasando ahorita, pero no vamos a tener un ajuste en la bolsa grande. Y si no tienes un ajuste en la bolsa grande, no vas a tener un ajuste en el mercado de bienes raíces grande. Y por ende, todo se va a quedar como está, con poca actividad económica, en lo que tu Paco favorito sigue aplaudiendo como foca, repitiendo todas las cosas que le han dicho y que le siguen diciendo en las noticias, diciéndote que todo está bien. Sabes tú por dentro y lo puedes sentir. Sientes que todo está en la mierda. Lo ves en todas las páginas de YouTube, en TikTok, en todos lados, donde antes, hace 2, 3 años, todos los TikToks eran de cómo hacerte millonario y ahora son de cómo no me alcanza con mi salario, es que verga, cómo estoy sufriendo. Pero aún así, pues güey, yo no puedo pensar individualmente y me dicen que todo está bien, entonces todo tiene que estar bien. Es parte de cómo funciona esto. Ahora, ¿qué me hace pensar eso? Los voy a llevar a gráficos importantes y perdón que lo tengan que hacer con gráficos. Mi idea no era usar gráficos en esto, pero creo que es muy, muy, muy importante entenderlo. Voy a empezar con esto. Este es el gráfico del bono a 30 años, deuda a 30 años, ¿ok? Tenemos datos desde el 88. Y voy a empezar con el dólar, en realidad, para que veas un poco lo que ha pasado. El dólar tocó su alto más fuerte justamente en 1985. ¿Qué pasó aquí abajo en los 70s, no? ¿O qué fue lo que ocasionó esta caída grande de los 60s? Lo que ocasionó esta caída grande de los 60s hasta acá fue literalmente Estados Unidos se desprende del oro y convierte todo en el petrodólar. Cuando eso pasa, dicen, güey, va a haber inflación y van a pasar todas estas cosas. La economía de Estados Unidos se prende en llamas junto con el dólar. Esta es la fase más parecida a la que estamos ahorita. Esta, entera, donde empiezas a tener esta subida del dólar que continúa a la alza, pero aún así la economía tuvo la habilidad de poder ir con ella misma. ¿Dónde ocurre esto en el pasado? Para que tengas una idea de esto. En el pasado, el 85 es aquí abajo, ¿no? Literalmente el SP 500 estaba en 236 puntos y se ha un recorrido a la alza brutal. Pero ahora, ¿dónde se detiene? En el 2000. En el 2000 puedes notar cómo literalmente haces esto, caes. Haces un doble techo en el pecho y vuelves a caer. ¿Y dónde rompes esta resistencia que encontraste en el 2000 oficialmente? En el 2014. Tomó 14 años para regresar ahí. Por supuesto que eres un crack comprando y vendiendo. Compraste el fondo acá, vendiste acá, compraste el fondo acá, ¿no? Como todo el mundo en X. Pero ahora, para enseñarte esto un poco más relacionado con el dólar, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? El dólar se fortalece después del 95, o si lo quieres ver acá en el 92, se fortalece también, ¿no? Y llega a un tope. El tope del dólar fortalecido fue el 2001 y eso nos llevó a esta mega, básicamente, caída en la bolsa que duró 14 años en poder recuperarse hasta el 2014. Una vez más, para que lo tengas en perspectiva. Y para mí estamos yendo, una vez más, en estos movimientos hacia arriba del dólar. Pero estos movimientos del dólar van a ir acompañados también de subidas de la bolsa, lo que no va a permitir que el efecto riqueza se desvanezca de todos lados, lo que no va a permitir que las casas bajen de precio. Tampoco van a subir, no te preocupes. Todo se va a quedar en la misma mierda que estás ahorita por años y años. No sé cuánto tiempo pueda aguantar esto, quieran aguantar esto. Esta es la pregunta que te tienes que hacer. ¿Qué me hace pensar eso? Simplemente cuando volteo a ver la deuda de Estados Unidos, veo esto. Una vez más, ¿qué ocurrió desde el 87 que el dólar tocó pico hasta el 2008, el 2007-2008, que fue esto? Simplemente los intereses bajaron hasta acá, al 4%, subieron al 5%, al 5,5% y colapsaron para abajo para el 2009. Nosotros lo que tenemos ahorita ha sido la subida, pero la buena noticia es, de todas las mentiras que te dicen que los intereses van a seguir subiendo, eso es mentira. Ya no tienen que subir los intereses para tenerte ahorcado. Otra cosa que puedes notar también en esto es, en esta tabla tienes volatilidad a tope y cuando la volatilidad llega a tope y baja, también los intereses bajan. El problema, y este es un bono a 30 años, ¿no? Si les pongo el de 10 años es básicamente lo mismo. Puedes ver cómo literalmente vienes desde acá, en extremos, cae, tocas fondo en el 2020 y vuelves a repuntar a la alza. Una vez más, Estados Unidos ya no tiene que subir esto. En este momento, lo que está pasando con las casas, te están diciendo que la bolsa está en altos históricos. Si puedes entender que eso es una mentira, con las casas te dicen que las hipotecas están subiendo a altos no vistos desde el año pasado. ¿Ok? Y ahora, esto es cierto. ¿Por qué? Porque están, básicamente los intereses reales están arriba, no están arriba del 2023, no están todavía ahí, ni siquiera llegas ahí. ¿Qué es lo que está ocurriendo? De acuerdo al nuevo paradigma financiero que les enseñé en el video de ayer, pues bonos a 10, 30 años, 20 años van a ser muchos menos de los que existen hoy. Porque Estados Unidos se va a poder financiar con deuda a corto plazo sin parar y va a poder continuar creando déficits y eso va a crear el efecto QE que va a hacer que la bolsa continúe subiendo. ¿Esto es bueno para la economía? Absolutamente no. Para la economía, absolutamente no. Te deja en la completa mierda como en la que estás ahorita. Pero la gente que tiene capacidad de compra se va a hacer más rica todavía en lo que queda. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? Si tú estás esperando a comprar casa ahorita, a que baje, básicamente están haciendo dos cosas. Una, están intentando meter a la mayor cantidad de gente posible en deuda, no en compra de deuda, en una deuda de casa o de coche diciéndote esto va a ponerse peor, compra una casa de una vez. ¿Por qué? Porque eso le beneficia a los bancos, les beneficia que estés. Ahorita los bancos lo que quieren es comprar la mayor cantidad de deuda o darte la mayor cantidad de crédito, que es ellos comprando deuda tuya, al interés más alto posible, en altas temporalidades, 10, 20, 30 años, porque esos bonos van a dejar de existir al nivel que existen hoy. Van a dejar de hacerlos muchos y van a bajar en intereses. Y esto es lo que les dije la vez pasada y se los continúo diciendo. La mejor compra que puedes hacer si tienes muchísimo dinero ahorita es comprar bono a 10, 20, 30 años, porque se van a volver exquisitos, exquisitos, ¿ok? No va a haber gente, cuando gente quiera algo tranquilo para el futuro, no va a existir eso. Toda la deuda va a seguir creándose a través de deuda a corto plazo, 3, 6, 9 meses, 12 meses, hasta 2 años. Y ahí es donde va a estar capeada. ¿Por qué? Por el nuevo sistema financiero implementado en Estados Unidos, que son unos cracks. Y esto efectivamente va a hacer que los intereses bajen. Pero va a hacer que los intereses bajen muy lentamente. Muy lentamente. Va a haber incentivos para que la gente pueda comprar más cosas aquí y allá, descuentos a través de monedas estables con la moneda de Tesla, la moneda de Amazon, la moneda de tu cadena de supermercado en donde compras comida para que te alcance. Pero efectivamente los intereses tienen, o Estados Unidos tiene, está buscando no tirarlos a cero. Porque si los tirara a cero, que es lo que todo el mundo te está diciendo, ahí viene la gran impresión. La gran impresión viene de una forma diferente, viene con un QE que nadie está esperando a través de las empresas, a través de los bancos, no a través de la Reserva Federal y su balanza. Y esto no va a permitir que los intereses bajen a cero. Esto lo que va a hacer es normalizar la curva en los intereses. Eso quiere decir que corto plazo va a pagar menos que largo plazo, pero van a poder normalizarlos a un nivel alto, medio alto. ¿Por qué? Porque si no fuera medio alto, no habría negocio en esto de las monedas estables. Y esto quiere decir que van a seguir cargando lo que estás viviendo en este momento por más tiempo. Esto estamos hablando de otros 2, 3 años y eso tendría sentido, porque lo que están ahorrándose ahorita es el putazo del 2008. Para cuando tengas el golpe del 2030, ¿no? Que es básicamente el ciclo de 100 años, cuando todo se vaya al pito, ellos van a tener básicamente las herramientas digitales con el dinero para intentar, mínimo, ellos me imagino que lo intentarán, sacar todo el problema lo más rápido posible a través de política monetaria digital, dinero programable, lo que hemos platicado 1000 veces, ¿no? Los CBDCs, Alejandro. Entonces, para todos mis hermanos, hermanas que quieran en este momento, que estén obsesionados, que necesiten por alguna razón comprar casa, lo que vas a querer hacer es poner tu dinero en la bolsa. No tienes por qué comprar casa. Yo sé que tu Paco favorito te ha hecho 1000 videos de no tendrás nada y serás feliz y va a ser lo peor, y te pones tus lentecitos azules, ¿no? Para que todo el mundo se espante y pones música aterradora. Tíos, no existe el tener nada en esta vida. Se los tengo que repetir una y otra vez. Tienes casa, la pagaste toda completita. Si algo te pasa y estás en una silla de ruedas, te da diarrea por el resto de tu vida y estás en el baño cagando todo el tiempo y no puedes trabajar, si no pagas tus impuestos sobre la renta anuales, te quitan la casa. ¿La casa en verdad es tuya? Si no pagas tu seguro, te quitan la casa. ¿La casa en verdad es tuya? Tienes un coche, no pagas la tenencia anual, no pagas el registration, no pagas todas estas cosas, te quitan el coche aunque esté completamente pagado. No es tuyo. Es simplemente el gobierno tiene una parte más pequeña de él en ti. Si estás presionado por esto, la buena noticia es que mínimo las rentas van a empezar a ajustarse a la baja poco a poco a través de este tiempo. ¿Qué es lo que están haciendo? Ahorita estoy viendo yo, por donde yo vivo, casas mucho más mamonas por rentas que antes eran loquísimas y ahora se ven bien. Y es lo que estás viendo. Lo mismo con el precio de las casas, ¿eh? Se están manteniendo simplemente porque literalmente no están cambiando de manos. Y la gente es de, pues, güey, no hay pedo, tengo todo mi dinero en la bolsa. Y eso va a continuar manteniendo a esta gente ahí. No van a poder vender su casa. Habrá gente, y ahora, si estás comprando en cash, ve y cómprate una casa, tío. Le hablas a quien sea y le dices, quiero comprar tu casa, te la van a vender a un mejor precio. Pero es la única forma en la que va a funcionar ahorita para alguien. La única, y esto se los había dicho hace años cuando consulté para algunas personas que los ayudé a comprar casa, fue eso. ¿Tienes cash para comprar tu casa? Cómprala de una vez. Puedes hablar y decirle a la gente, no, güey, ¿quieres venderla por 2,5 millones, 3 millones? Te doy 2,7, te doy 2,6. Y te la van a vender porque están desesperados por salirse de ella. Pero el problema es, la gran mayoría de gente tiene su riqueza concentrada completamente en el sector inmobiliario. Entonces, ¿qué haces? Renta, que te dé igual, güey, que no tienes casa. Pon tu dinero en la bolsa inteligentemente. Tienes que saber lo que estás haciendo para no caer en los cuentos de altos históricos, saber que va a haber un ajuste, porque cuando el dólar despegue, empiece a despegar y que sea notable, vamos a tener ese ajuste. Lo platiqué ayer y les di exactamente la estrategia y lo que estoy pensando con fechas y todo. Y ahora, una vez más, no es religión lo que les estoy diciendo, es lo que yo tengo en la cabeza. Pero mínimo no es una idea implantada por alguien más en mi cabeza. Es mi idea estúpida que les pongo enfrente a todos ustedes para que pues puedan ver esto. ¿Y esto cómo va a afectar todo lo demás? Todas las demás economías emergentes, etcétera, van a ser castigadas en los siguientes años y países fuera de Estados Unidos, economías fuera de Estados Unidos van a sufrir más que la de Estados Unidos a corto medio plazo, en los próximos 3 a 5 años. ¿Por qué? Porque Estados Unidos quiere que Estados Unidos ser la mujer más deseada en el mundo. Quiere que todo el mundo la vea y diga, güey, qué rica está, la quiero, ¿no? Y eso es parte de destruye todo para que todo el mundo te voltee a ver para arriba, que fue lo que pasó en básicamente los 80s. Hasta los 2000 que eso quebró. Entonces, vamos a ver cuánto tiempo nos dura esto. Por ahora parece ser que todo va de acuerdo a lo que platiqué con ustedes el día de ayer en ese video de las monedas estables y el nuevo futuro del sistema financiero, que de nuevo está aquí, pero por alguna razón nadie parece darse cuenta de que está aquí y cómo funciona, y eso me gusta, porque eso me pone más en el campo de que cuando esto pegue voy a estar del lado correcto, vamos a ver si se da o no, y si no, pues ya saben, se vendrán a burlar de mí en X, ¿no? Pero es lo que estoy viendo. Entonces, la cosa en el mercado inmobiliario no va a caer hasta que veas un colapso de la bolsa sustancial, y estoy hablando cuando tu índice favorito caiga más de 50%. Y eso, tíos, no se ve venir en años, años, años. Y ahora, lo que les digo una vez más para todos ustedes que están de, pues perfecto, voy a poner mi dinero en la bolsa. Si vas a poner tu dinero en la bolsa en empresas como BlackBerry, como Lululemon, empresas que están completamente fuera de temporada, vas a perder todo tu puto dinero. Todo se va a volver mucho menos a través del tiempo. Esta vez no es lo de antes, donde le tirabas dinero a lo que sea y lo que sea subía. Esto es completamente diferente. Esto es concentración concentración de capital en muy pocos sectores, muy pocas empresas que van a subir. Y aquí, la razón por la que te venden todavía una vez más la inteligencia artificial y la burbuja es porque va a seguir subiendo. Recuerda, la inteligencia artificial, simplemente puesto para todos ustedes, no se trata de empresas comprándose y dándose dinero ellas mismas. Esa es la narrativa para la gente más estúpida que no tiene criterio. La narrativa real de inteligencia artificial es básicamente Estados Unidos se va a volver la policía del mundo a través de inteligencia artificial, dando y rentando sus centros de datos a todo el planeta para que ellos puedan usar sus servicios desde su casa y le cobren dinero por segundo, por gramo, por lo que quieras. ¿Y por qué es esto? Porque literalmente el gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene un interés en que sigamos construyendo centros de datos, que sigamos creando más, poniéndole más memoria a este pedo, poniéndole más rama a este pedo y no se trata de las empresas y el producto que te están vendiendo. Eso es literalmente solamente el front, ¿no? La parte de afuera de la tienda, la parte de adentro en verdad trabaja para el gobierno de Estados Unidos y es por eso que Estados Unidos tiene más centros de datos que China, que México y que todos, y porque todas las empresas de IA están acá. No tienen nada que ver con el círculo este pendejo que todo el mundo te dice, va a venir la burbuja. Si tu Paco favorito que cree que la bolsa está en altos históricos el día de hoy te está diciendo que viene la burbuja de inteligencia artificial, ¿crees que viene la burbuja de inteligencia artificial? Piénsalo. Es todo lo que les quiero decir. Y si quieren aprender a invertir, damas y caballeros, o quieren ver las estupideces que estoy haciendo, pueden caer también a el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Esto fue literalmente lo que nadie me preguntó, por cierto, para que lo tengan ahí. Y para todos los que quieran aprender más, aquí tengo el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, aquí les estoy poniendo mis trades. Todavía no hay nada que anunciarles, entonces sigo esperando. No es que me esté quedando dormido y que no haya refrescado nada, solamente para que lo tengan. Tienen también acá los análisis de Alex, que eso es más como tradear diario. Está esperando la zona de los 76 perder, que sí se ve, me gusta esto, cuando ponen estos emojis de payaso, es cuando todo les va en contra a ustedes. Es como cuando a mí viene y me dice el güey anónimo con sus 39 cuentas en X que soy un pendejo, etcétera. Sé que está frustrado, sé que no le está saliendo bien las cosas y que pronto se va a ir de mi lado otra vez. Normalmente pasa así. Acá tienen, Farhan les dejó ayer algunas cosillas para que lo tengan, como la divergencia bajista, todavía no confirmada de Tether, pero pues ahí lo tienen. Y si estás leyendo esto y no entiendes varias de las cosas que te dicen, tienen aquí Criptolingo, que son simplemente abreviaciones de esto. Ahora, no entiendes nada de esto y quieres aprender a tradear de la nada, tío, tenemos tenemos lo correcto para ti. Tenemos un producto en Elite Trading Academy que es un curso. Aquí está en productos, le vas a picar o aquí arriba te pone, ¿no? Obtén el curso de cero a trader. Eso es lo que yo recomiendo para que puedas aprender a leer gráficos. Se me hace importantísimo porque si estás tradeando solo con las noticias, tío, te van a ver la cara de pendejo como a tu Paco favorito. Si crees que esas tablas que te ponen de Yahoo Finance, ¿no? Las que te ponen en MSNBC en la tele, que eso te va a ayudar en algo, vas a estar completamente perdido. Primero te mienten en las noticias, después te mienten las tablas, pero las tablas te mienten al final. Al final. Y es importante empezar a aprender este proceso. Y por tanto, quieres aprender dónde invertir y quieres aprender bases. Gente invirtiendo en PayPal, gente invirtiendo en Lululemon, gente invirtiendo en estas empresas que ya, en BlackBerry, que ya no van a volver a subir. Lo están haciendo porque están perdiendo también fundamentales que son simples de leer en una tabla. Entonces, aquí ofrecemos un curso que es con el que yo me hubiera encantado aprender, pero es por eso que lo creamos para ustedes. Donde, güey, no sé nada de esto. Te voy a enseñar en qué página tienes que entrar para verlo, cómo usar ese software, qué tipo de membresía puedes usarlo gratis o qué membresía deberías de comprar si te interesa meterte más profundamente en ello. Qué es una tabla, qué es una vela, qué es una tendencia, cosas súper básicas. Es un curso de 1 hora 40 minutos, te recomiendo verlo varias veces. Y solamente cuesta $29.99. Está en inglés y en español y lo puedes ver las veces que esté en el sitio. Solamente tienes que comprarlo y de ahí te metes en el sitio, haces tu login y ahí tienes acceso a él en el dashboard. Una vez que hagas eso, te recomiendo ven para que te cueste lo menos posible. Tenemos estas sesiones en vivo. Ve las sesiones en vivo y apunta preguntas. Güey, ¿sabes qué? No entiendo esto, no me está quedando claro aquello. ¿Qué más tengo que hacer para aprender esto? Apuntas tus preguntas. Y acá tenemos un paquete de trading de sesiones en vivo Esto es donde estamos aquí, pero ustedes pueden platicar en los en vivos, en el chat que tenemos acá en Elite Trading Academy. Y también tenemos, la semana que viene tenemos clase exclusivamente solo para los miembros que tengan esta membresía y nos hagan todas sus preguntas. Además, tienes acceso a una librería. Ahorita acabo de subir, estamos probando hoy a ver si funcionan los conceptos del nuevo Frequently Asked Questions, las preguntas más frecuentes que nos llegan, y puse el video de cómo usar apalancamiento, por ejemplo, para los miembros que ya tienen esto, porque hay mucha gente que entra y dice, güey, no entiendo cómo funciona el apalancamiento, no hay pedo. Güey, no entiendo cómo funciona BBWP. Ya conceptos más avanzados vienen con este paquete, básicamente, y vamos a poner más videos de ello, cómo funciona volatilidad y leerla correctamente de acuerdo a esto, y cómo exactamente usas tu estrategia de líneas memes, y ahí les explicaré un poco más también la mentalidad de cómo entrar a un trade, en vez de solamente entrar a lo pendejo. Todo esto viene en este paquete de $39.99 al mes. Y también, una vez que sepamos lo de cómo vamos a armar la librería de estos nuevos conceptos, les voy a subir el curso entero ahí para que lo tengan gratis con esta membresía también, que vale la pena en mi opinión. Alertas de trading, tíos, no compren si no saben lo que están haciendo. Solamente para los expertos, para la gente que sabe lo que está haciendo, por favor, no las toquen si no sabes lo que está haciendo. Vas a perder dinero. Es como comprar una acción porque alguien más te dijo y no tienes convicción en ello, no te va a ir bien, te lo juro. No estoy aquí para vender cosas, estoy para que aprendan, cabrones. Aquí en Tutos, te vas a meter en Tutos para poder aprender a usar. Si no sabes cómo usar exchanges de futuros, tienes el de Bitunix y tienes el de Blofin. Bitunix es criptos, Blofin es criptos, más aparte acciones tokenizadas como Tesla, Circle, Coinbase, Meta, Microsoft, Google, todas esas para que las tengas ahí. Aquí esto también es gratis. Todo está en la descripción del video de abajo, por cierto, en YouTube. Si estás en otra plataforma, simplemente cae a YouTube, busca Alejandro Salomón, el último video, y ahí aparecen todos los enlaces de todo esto. Aquí es un video de 11 minutos que te explica exactamente cómo vergas usar un exchange de futuros, para que lo tengas aquí bien puesto, listo y derecho. En 11 minutos vas a poder aprender cómo usar un exchange de futuros, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo encontrar Bitcoin, Solana, cualquier cosa que estés buscando en futuros, cómo abrir un short, cómo abrir un long, cómo básicamente poner un take profit, un stop loss, sacar tu dinero, todas esas cosas va a estar aquí. Y ahora también vamos a poner el nuevo update de Blofin y vamos a poner aquí abajo la nueva promoción que vamos a tener con Bitunix. No promoción, como regalos que tenemos para ustedes, perdón. Me dan alergias en las mañanas, brother. Y eso es todo. Vamos a empezar aquí con el casino. Vamos a darle a las tablas. Vamos a ver cómo van los bitcoins. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Good morning, sir.
Buenos días.
Yo.
What the fuck happened?
I don't know. Just got kicked out for a second. I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought I lost my signal.
You and your pussy. Everything.
Oh, that's yours? I was going to ask. Whose pussy is being so loud?
That's Luna. I think maybe I should go first because I'm going to have to sign off at like 10-ish. For my
Sounds good. Do it up. And you're going to have to be a little loud. Louder than normal.
Alrighty. Is this good?
Yeah.
Alright. So we'll start with the daily on Bitcoin here. And we got daily momentum now starting to flip back up. We are getting a rejection of the bearish control zone, and this moving average here. And if you see, we are making a lower low in terms of price, but we are making a higher low here on momentum, giving us daily bullish divergence, which is continuing to now play out. And we are getting a move toward, we did get a move into the 5 EMA, and from here we are getting a little bit of a rejection, and we are rejecting the 38.2% as well. We got about 10 hours left to go before daily closes. If you do close like this, you're at a minimum going to come down to the $76,900 area. Start to lose this area, then you are probably going to sweep these lows of $76,000, and this is probably going to come to somewhere towards $71,000 to $72,000. Zoom out of here and see what else. And we currently do have a bearish cross here on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. Go to the 12-hour. 12-hour is also currently flipped up with volatility basically at 0%. 12-hour is on the verge of giving us a silver cross to the downside. And as of now, we are below the median. Once again, this also is 10 hours before it closes. This is maybe one, maybe two more closes before this does confirm. And as long as you are closing below about $78,000, this is going to confirm to the downside. And once that does confirm, you probably get a nice little dump ski somewhere around $75,000 to $74,000. From here, and I'm thinking as long as we are below the median, somewhere around at a minimum $76,800 area is going to get tapped, which is the same as the number we just previously saw. 8 hour. 8 hours also below the median with the rejection of the median. Momentum is starting to flip down on the 8 hour. There's no divergences here. However, is there? Actually, you did take out this high here. So there's some hidden bearish divergence, and that will require a close below 76,949 to confirm. And then you get a move down at somewhere around 76,000 for a little bounce, and then probably going to find yourself at 74.5. 4 hours now first is starting to flip up, although we haven't gotten the closure from it. It closes in about 2 hours. We are getting volatility now going into contraction. And so if there's anything else here, there is some hidden bullish divergence possible because we are taking out these previous lows on momentum. The price is still making a higher low, but that will require a close over 77,480 to confirm, and then that gives you a movement to somewhere around 78,500. 2 hours starting to flip down as well with volatility expanding. We are below the 38.2%. If we do close below there in about 2 hours at $77,062, you are likely to move down to somewhere around 75.8. 2 days currently also rejecting 38.2%. This also closes in about 10 hours, and you are also putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence here because you are taking out all of these lows on momentum while price is still making a higher low, and this will require a close over 77,800 to confirm. As of now, it's just a possibility. It's not confirmed just yet. 5 days also is below the median. You are currently rejecting the 5. The main idea right now is to hold this 200 SMA. If you do lose this 200 SMA, that's what gives you your move down to somewhere around 71.5. And as of now, there is hidden bearish divergence in the 5 day. The easy target was this 200 SMA. The next target is going to be about 71.5. And as of now, the jewel is still on a neutral. It has not flipped into sell yet, but it's not on a buy. Weekly is also still above that weekly 9 EMA. Oh, fuck, I moved that. Move that back to where it was. Sure, it doesn't let me undo that. This was... fuck it. I'll put it in later. Alright, zoom out. Go away, sir. And weekly also has possibility for hidden bearish divergence. Actually, weekly did confirm it on this candle, and the easy target was towards the 9, and the next target is going to be towards your median, which is at around 73.5. Weekly is still giving you a buy signal, however. 2 week is also resting right around that 5 EMA with momentum still pointing up. Volatility is contracting, and the jewels still giving you a buy signal. And 2 week is also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because we have taken out this previous high in momentum. I believe this was the high from very close to all-time highs, around $116,000, and about 10,000 below all-time highs. And we are putting in a lower higher price, but this will require a close below $74,930 to confirm. That gives you a move down to about 64 to 65. And we're also have the buy signal in the bearish control zone, and it is pretty rare to get this on in the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off. Put this here with the buy signal. Let's put it towards the sell signal actually, so we can be more comparable with this one. To where the sell signal is lost, and then let's take 2 more examples, so we can get 3. January of 2019. February of 2015. And there'll be the last one. And this is December of 2011. We'll need to make the HPDR disappear for this. The prices are too low. Wow, still too low. This is probably going to be pretty low. Yeah. So the initial move about 21.5. then about 97%, not bad, and then 160%. Probably not going to see that 160%. Probably not even going to see the 97%, to be honest. Initially, about this wake up. Wow, that was up by a pretty massive weight, 38%. 26 to 26.5 was for the previous number, and about 34. Come on. Nice. We went down a little bit, went down about 5.8%, and then we proceeded to go up about 20, 18 and a half, and about 40 to 50. Let's omit this one. Let's take this one. This one went down about 4.5%, similar to that previous number of 5.8. And then we went up about 25%, and then 40-ish percent. So about 40 to 50% is that higher, that middle number. And about 69.68%. That came very close to a perfect number here. And let's check this one. This is the current. Currently done about 25.5%. So that is that low end move. The low end move has been fulfilled, but every single one of these did do a little bit more than that 25%. So if we were to take it up towards about 30 to 33%, 30% brings us to about $86,000. 33% brings us to about $88,000. Let's keep these numbers in mind. Monthly currently also flipping up here. We did get a monthly close to confirm that momentum flipping to the upside, and we got volatility going into contraction with the dual giving you a sell signal, and you're getting a projection from the monthly 9. As long as you are closing below the monthly 9, can't really say that you're going to go to all-time highs or anywhere even close to that, to be honest. I could see a wick to like $86,000, then close back below it, but as long as you are below this, and if it monthly does close like this, I would expect a little bit of, at least a little bit of a pullback here. This is a pretty massive shooting star total here. You got 9 days left to go, and if you do close like that, your price is going to come down to around $70,000 to $69,000. Quarterly still flipped down as well, with volatility expanding. Quarterly is also giving you a fresh sell signal, which we have yet to confirm, and it will confirm in 1 month and 9 days. And we are now once again below the quarterly 9. Quarterly also does have bearish divergence. Let's take a look at this. We are putting in on the opposite hand some possibility of hidden bullish divergence here on the quarterly, however, because we are taking out this previous low right here, where price is still making a closing higher low. And as long as we are closing over about $63,352, this is going to be possibly for a quarterly hidden bullish divergence. As of now, you do have to close over about $97,913, basically that $98,000 lower high, and then this will send you to all-time highs. But as you continue on, this is going to be easier to confirm as long as you are closing over $63,352. On this next quarterly open, you're only going to have to close over about $82,800 to confirm. So that's going to be a lot easier. But if you do close below this number here at $63,352, there's no longer a possibility. All right, now let's go to Tether. Tether is currently flipped down here. Let's get the HPDR back. There we go. It is approaching the top 38.2%, and that level sitting at about 7.52%. If you do get a closure over that zone, that brings you into somewhere around 7.8 to 8.2%. We're also doing anything else here. And no divergence present. Daily is also giving you a neutral signal here, very close to flipping to sell, but it has not flipped to sell yet. And you do in the background have a bullish pink over yellow cross. 12 hours giving you a fresh silver cross here with volatility momentum still flipped down. Volatility is expanding, and 12 hours putting in possibility of multiple tries of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with a new close over 7.432%. And that gives you a movement to somewhere around this top 38.2% and this 200 SMA at around 7.6%. 4 hour also finally flipped down. 4 hour is right up against the median, which is at 7.545%. Sorry, dyslexia. And we are taking out these previous highs on momentum, where price is still making a lower high, giving you the possibility of hitting bearish divergence. But this is going to require a close below 7.403% to confirm. So as of now, not very likely. 2-day currently flipped up. 2-day is also putting the possibility of hitting bearish divergence because we have taken out this previous high. Price is still making a lower high, and this will require a close below 7.386% to confirm. And that gives you a move down to somewhere around 6.9%. 5 days currently projecting the median, but you are still above the 5. The momentum flipped up. Volatility is almost at 0%, and the 5 day is using itself still in the bearish control zone, flipping into neutral. As of now, I would expect the median to be tapped again as long as you're over the 9 at 7.386. That would take you up to around 7.5 to 7.7%. And soon you will also be putting in the possibility of hitting bearish divergence because you're very close to taking out this previous high on momentum. Price is making a high. Weekly, it's also made its way back into the 38.2% with momentum still flipped up. Let's zoom in here. You did make a lower low, so there's no bullish divergence, and you are getting a rejection of the bearish control zone with weekly also currently giving you a sell signal, the pink crossing below the yellow. But as long as you are closing weeklies over this 38.2%, I don't think they're going to go much lower than that, or lower at all. That's around 7.37%. If you start to close below that area, then you are probably going to come down to this meme line somewhere around below 7%. As long as you are closing over this area, I would expect at least this 9 to get retested, and if you can start testing over the 9, then you're probably going to go somewhere around closing all-time highs. 2 week also currently flipped down. 2 week putting in possibility of hitting bullish divergence, with volatility expanding, and this will confirm with any close over 7.636%, and then that'll take you up to your current all-time highs, probably slightly higher. Monthly currently also currently flipped down, with volatility also going into contraction. Monthly is starting to lose the curvature a little bit, starting to look like it's going to be neutral in this next one. We just want to see closures below the 5, and as long as you are not closing below that 5, maybe you get a retest of it, but it's probably going to get another 10 to 2%, which is right around your closing all-time highs. Monthly is also putting in possibility of hitting bearish divergence because you are on multiple drives, because you are taking out every single one of these previous highs, while we are still making a macro lower high. But this is going to require a close below about 7.094% to confirm. You wicked below that area, but you did not get the close below that area just yet, so it's not anywhere near confirming. But if you do confirm this hidden bearish divergence, it gives you a move down to this 38.2% and this 55 EMA right around 5.4%. As long as you don't confirm it though, and you're still closing over the 5, you're probably going to come up to your closing all-time highs. Oops. Quarterly is close to flipping down. It is going to move down here at the bearish control zone. This would be a deviation of the bearish control zone if it does flip down here. And you are taking out these, what is this high? This is at 7.896%. And this is 7.92. So this one did take out the high, so there was no hidden bearish divergence in the quarterly. Let's go to the other side. Start with Tether. Tether has daily hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.496%. And your next target on the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which sits at around 7.17%. 8 hours hidden bullish divergence with volatility of any close to 0%. This will be active as long as you're closing over 7.391%. And your next target is the bullish control zone, which sits at around 7.59. 4 hours also about to put in a first drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 7.428%, and that will give you a move into the bullish control zone around 7.57 with volatility at extreme lows. Two days also got hidden bullish divergence. You hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is the bullish control zone, and around 7.87. Volatility very close to this point. 5 days also got hidden bullish divergence. You hit the easy target, which is a simple moving average, the neutral zone. Next level is the bullish control zone. That sits at around 7.92%. With volatility, also at extreme lows. 6 days also got hidden bullish divergence. Your easy target is going to be the bearish control zone. Sits at around 7.56%. With volatility at extreme lows. Weekly, it's also got hidden bullish divergence. Your easy target from there is going to be the neutral zone. That's at 7.89%. With volatility very close to firing off. Monthly, with that possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although this is going to require that close below about 7.094% to confirm. And if you do confirm it, that gives you a move down at a minimum to somewhere around like 6.61%, likely closer to the neutral zone, which is at about 5.47%, which is the number that we saw on our HPDR right around 5.4%, which is the bottom 38.2%. And you could get this move down to 5.4%, and this still would just be a higher low because Tether just went straight up, like literally up only with zero pullbacks here, zero higher lows. And if you were to come down to this 55 EMA at 5.4%, that would be a higher low on Tether. And then that would lead into probably a bullish divergence. Bitcoin's got hidden bullish divergence also currently active. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $76,788, which you are very close to. And your easy target from that divergence is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone. And that level sits at around 77,300. Our high currently is from yesterday at 78,150. $12 also got hidden bullish divergence. Let's zoom in here. All right, this is lower low, this is higher low. So, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 76,663. And next target is the bearish control zone, sits at around 77.8. 4 hours putting in the first drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 77,271, and that gives you movement to the bearish control zone. So it's at around 76.2. The 8-hour bearish control zone is about 76,000. And 2 hours got, make sure it's confirmed. 2 hour has confirmed bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 77,721. And your easy target has been hit, which is the bearish control zone. Bearish control zone is the next target again. That level's at about 76.4. And volatility is not expanding. 2-day has possibility of hidden bullish divergence, but this will require a close over $77,800 to confirm. As of now, you are below that area. And you're right around the neutral zone as well, with volatility now expanding. And this is still active bearish divergence because the bullish divergence is just a possibility. 3 days right around the edge of the bullish control zone. 5 days got hidden bearish divergence. I hit the easy target, which is a single moving average. Next level is somewhere between the neutral zone and the bearish control zone. That gives you a range between about 75,000, 74,900 to be exact, and 65,200. 6 days also got hidden bearish divergence. Easy target would be the edge of the bullish control zone, since at around 70K, very low. And weekly's got 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $82,180, and your easy target is going to be the neutral zone, which currently sits at around 68,800. 2 week currently has hidden bullish divergence still active. This will be active as long as you're closing over $65,770, and your easy target on that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which currently sits at around 83,680. And monthly's also still got hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $66,993. And your zoom in on this easy target from the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which currently is sitting at around $82,600. Quarterly's got bearish divergence still. This will be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target on the divergence is $63,200. And 6 months still got 3 trades of bearish divergence, and if that does confirm, that will give you a move down to this 21 EMA at minimum, which is going to continue to rise on this next close from the divergence, and it'll likely be somewhere around this $45,000 to $46,000 area, which is this previous closing 6-month high.
Let's go.
Tether currently is daily is flipped down, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 7.49%. But if it does flip up here, this is going to be maintaining the bullish critical zone, and you're likely getting a nice move up from there. 12 hours also flipped down with volatility at 0%, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 7.51. 4 hours currently flipped up with volatility at extremes, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing at basically 0%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.38%. 2 hours also flipped up with the double purple life, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.4%. 2 days currently also flipped up with the derp of life, very close to a volatility setup, and this will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.11%. And 5 days currently also freshly flipped up with volatility at extremes, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.3%. And there is some hidden bullish divergence between this point and this point on the 5 day because you're taking out that low momentum, the price is making a significantly higher low, and that was confirmed on this previous close here. Weekly is currently flipped down, volatility very close to expanding, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 7.89%. And weekly is still below 9. And it's been above this 9 basically this entire move up. It's been bouncing off of that line. As of now, we're below it and we're rejecting it. 2 week currently also flipped down with volatility almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.09%. But you are about to deviate this 95 EMA. Monthly currently flipped up, very close to flipping to the downside here, and it will flip down if you can close the 9 days below 8.24%. And this is the first time monthly will be flipping down since around August of 2025. The previous time monthly flipped down was in October of 24. That did lead us to new all-time highs, and the previous time that monthly flipped down anywhere in the bullish control zone was all the way in about December to January of 23. That did lead us to, I believe, new all-time highs, and that was also lower than we are currently here. So that's putting in hidden bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below 8.24%. The only time you came this close on momentum to the highs on Tether was right around like 2020, and that's when we came this high on momentum. And quarterly is still flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.7%. Especially since we closed heavily over this 5 EMA, if you were to come back down and retest somewhere around this 5 to 9, wouldn't really be bearish at all. Bitcoin is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain on the daily, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $76,445. Very close to that number, as you know. And daily is also putting in possibility of bullish divergence on the hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic. We already confirmed on the RSI because you are taking out all of these lows while prices still closing higher. But this is on the stochastic. On the stochastic, it's easier to confirm this divergence. Just to confirm what momentum is flipped up. Down. 12 hours also currently flipped up with volatility at 3 periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 76,500. Very close to these numbers. 4 hours going to be flipped down. Volatility is going to tick up from 2 to 0%, and this is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 77,700. 2 hours also flip down with volatility starting to expand, and it's going to flip down as long as you're closing below 77,500. 2 days also currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 81,400. 5 days also flipped down with the Durban death, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 79,950. Weekly is also currently, weekly is going to be flipped up with the volatility setup still firing off on the weekly, and this is going to remain flipped up and still active as long as you're closing over about 69,350 bucks, which has about 2 days and 10 hours left to go. If this does flip down, this is going to invalidate this weekly setup. Then we got to wait for volatility to come back into the 15% area and then give us another setup. But as of now, this is going to be active setup as long as we're closing over 69,350 bucks, and the weekly does have yet to see a failure, so it's just simple statistics betting on 100% hit rate to continue doing 100% until it fails. 2 week is currently also flipped up, and it's going to move with volatility almost back to extremes, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 66,500. Monthly is currently flipped down and putting in possibility of hitting bullish divergence, but this is going to be flipped down as long as you're, and it's about to fire off a volatility setup, and this will confirm to the downside as long as you're closing below $85,800. And the monthly does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum, which is going to supersede the weekly, which is because it's a much higher time frame, 4 times the time frame. So that's probably going to be, if this fires off, this is going to be the first weekly that ends up being the lowest amount that we've seen to the upside after it fired off. And but what this does tell us is that if we close over 85,800, we will get the monthly setup to the upside, which means the weekly will bleed into the monthly. And if you close below it, you get the monthly setup to the downside. So it gives you a very nice criteria here, a very nice number. That if you close above it, you look for all-time highs. Close below it, you look for somewhere around $40,000. Very simple. And quarterly is also flipped down with volatility at the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $101,000. So in the high time frames, we are still below major EMAs on the quarterly and the monthly, so both behind on both of them. Right now, the monthly is very close to firing off a volatility setup. As long as you're closing below $85,800, this is statistically going to be a downside setup. But what's on the opposite hand right now is that the 2 week is flipped up, and the weekly is firing off a volatility setup, which also has a 100% hit rate, and the monthly setup has not fired off just yet. So we do have to see what happens with that weekly setup, and if that weekly setup does flip down with the close below about $69,000, 69,300, and that is going to very likely make that monthly volatility setup fire off to the downside. And we can have that on average like 58% move, just say 50%, so it makes it easy. Then that'll take you to about $40,000 or somewhere into the 120s. And the invalidation to right now would be either getting for going into the mid 80s be a loss of $76,000 on like even a 4-hour closing basis, or invalidation of going overall down would be getting a monthly close over about $85,800 or a weekly close over about $98,000.
Thank you, senor. Waiting on Alex. I think he froze. Excellent timing. 1 second.
Luna really hates this back.
Well, everybody's saying that you should just, whoever is in there, just give that kitty a piece of bread or something.
Yeah, she doesn't eat when she's out.
And also, whatever child's screaming, just a fucking smack in the head, because we love the kitties and the animals, but the kids, fuck that. No.
The kids are the one that should be behaved.
Exactly.
I'd like to put my foot out at the little bastard.
Well, thank you so much. Safe travels.
Muchas gracias. I will be boarding. Oh, actually, I've got an hour left before I board, so I'll just hold on.
Okay, perfect.
Nice. You guys hear me?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
nice. Yeah. As soon as he was done, I get on and I get to my wife. I took a shit. So one of those days. But
you know how he plays. It's a fucking piece of shit.
We're almost out of Cancun, so we'll have good internet once again very soon.
Let's go.
So yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is doing what we talked about actually on Wednesday's stream, which was making the move towards 78.5. We understand that the daily's in a downtrend, and honestly, sentiment at that point on Tuesday, Wednesday was pretty bearish. I mean, the kind of flavor has been, let's make the lower low. At this point, literally at a $76,000 Bitcoin, let's get everyone to be bearish on CR. That's often a good point to get a mean reversion bounce, leading to a lower high, exactly what we mentioned. It's about a 2.83% mean reversion bounce. And notice, really, I mean, we talked about, what was it? It was the fact that the 12-hour was actually gearing up for a silver cross to the downside. So let's actually get an update on that one. Because remember, we talked about this. If we get a bounce, and we were in that bullish posturing on Wednesday, simply holding this zone, 76,000, literally no changes. This is exactly why I gave a TP zone right at 76K. Because to me, it just seemed a very high probability zone to get some kind of bounce, and that's what we did. But now what we see is this bounce has been simply rejected off the 12-hour 9. You're getting some wick highs, but this simply looks like 12-hour distribution. And now what you are getting is the 12-hour 9 crossing the 21. We talked about the idea, which is we do rally up to the 78K. This is actually going to cause the 55 and the 21 to become closer. Getting the smackdown will give us the cross. Now what you notice is probably in 2 to 3 sessions, you are about to get a 12-hour silver cross to the downside. Mind you, the 12-hour silver cross to the upside was very successful here. This is something Farhano Mexicano mentioned, and we see we got the 12-hour silver cross to the upside, and from that point, you started to move up. So what can you gather from a 12-hour silver cross in confluence with maybe daily trend is often when you get daily trend shifted, in this case down, while also silver crossing on the verge of a silver cross to the downside. This all this is implications that bears are in control. Now, this is quite important because what you have now is, again, a cheeky 12-hour volatility setup. Let's just ask bears how the other 12-hour volatility setup treated them. That gave us a very logical market, lower high move. Upon expansion, we got about a 7% move. But notice that
Just want to say real quick, Sol already gave you that 12-hour cross, and I believe a daily.
Solana was her name. What a nice chart. Let's see here. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. Let me see here. My phone's going off. You're absolutely right on that. You do already have that 12-hour silver cross to the downside, just in case there was any, kind of, well, maybe Solana is bullish. Well, no, right? And so again, here looking for a rejection at 85.30, got the reclaim perfectly okay, and we've just simply moved up. 12-hour EMA 100 was tested, and again, you just look like you're potentially on the daily producing a lower high. And you do notice actually into yesterday, you did get the silver cross down. Today, you did reject the silver cross. All that's left now is losing 85.30 and capitulating. Capitulating to me is to move all the way down to $58. So why are we talking about Solana? Well, it looks bearish, actually, and you even see 12-hour is on the cusp of firing a volatility setup. This is important because if Solana was, let's say, above $90, call it 89.50, consolidating above, Bitcoin looked in this current posturing, that would be an implication that we most likely are going to move up. But to me now, what I'm gathering is actually Bitcoin's most likely going to break down just based on how Solana is looking. Actually, daily already got the silver cross, 12-hour already confirmed it for multiple sessions. It just seems more like a win, if not a if, on Bitcoin to follow suit. Now, this 12-hour volatility setup, as I mentioned, actually took us down 7%. And notice this wasn't even a full-length volatility setup, meaning it only went to around 39% in volatility before moving back up. The move up, again, played right into bear's hands. And now with the reset of volatility, you have a very easy gauge today. You're simply playing the 12-hour EMA 100. If you lose that today, aggressive shorts get another setup. Whereas again on the Academy ETA, we are looking for daily EMA 100 to become loss. And then most importantly, 76,000. If we get the, combo setup here, oh, this is going to be a Glock 3000 short setup, and we will most likely get a breakdown here. Because again, nothing really changed from, Monday to now. All that's changed is the fact that we are producing bearish price structure, and we understood that after we had 3, 4, 5 days of down only, obviously you're going to get 3 days of a mean reversion. Like, that's just predictable. But now it's a bigger spot here. Our bull's going to get the reclaim above 78,500, push back up to the 80,800. Or are we just simply going to lower high and get a breakdown towards 72,800? It's exactly what I mentioned on Tuesday, Wednesday, not Tuesday. Most likely not going to hold 72,800. You're most likely going to get a breakdown. That breakdown takes you to the 2021 market cycle high. This most likely gives you the mean reversion again, lower high. We're so back. Maybe even divergence is printing here, leading to a breakdown. And that has just been what has been occurring this bear market. You'll get consolidation up. You'll get weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, even looking semi-good, but nothing changes. You get a breakdown. You get trend shift. You get lower high, and then you get a dump. Okay, so you've gotten the move up. You've gotten the daily trend shift. You're just producing the lower high. You're in the equivalent of here. Really here. And then you're waiting for that breakdown. The breakdown could look like this. Well, we can't move down that much, Alex. What do you mean? We absolutely can move down 9% pretty easily in this market. And we just simply go back here. We're at current market price. Look how fast it was for price to move down 18%. It took 2 days, 18% down. So we absolutely can move down very fast. And this is why, again, we want to be watching for the short trades. And this is exactly why we talked about on Wednesday stream, Monday and Wednesday stream, that even if, let's say, Bitcoin from 76,000 moves up all the way up to the 80s again, this would change literally nothing. And again, you're producing bearish price structure here. And you actually, something we mentioned last stream, haven't retested the daily SMA 200. This is very significant because under a daily SMA 200, you're not allowed to become bullish. We talked about a May 2022 environment a lot, actually. But something Alejandro noted, which is important, is in May 2022, you got the retest to rejection. So what you could gather is even if Bitcoin rallied all the way up to 80,000s again, you could just be in this environment. But currently what it looks like to us is we actually are in a May 2018 environment, which is interesting. Mean reversions to the daily SMA 200, ever so slightly missing that before leading to new lows. And then another mean reversion to the daily SMA 200, ever so slightly missing it before leading down to new lows. So no matter how you gather this, no matter your perspective on is it more like 2018, 2022, regardless, it is bearish under daily SMA 200 while macro trend is down. That's a recipe for disaster. Macro trend down while also losing daily SMA 200. That gives bears an environment that is extremely unfavorable of moving down, favorable of just going down. Well, that makes it not favorable to be a bull. But like you understand that with macro trend down, that's just how it usually goes. So that's kind of the perspective. This rejection here makes absolute sense in my opinion. There's literally no surprises. We even just dissect this a little bit more. You'll notice here that the daily EMA 9, something we talked about last stream, was in bearish posturing. And you simply just got the retest. It's almost as if you are within a moving average range between the 100 and the 34. And notice that the 34 did not get any candle closures above. Neither did the 5. So even in two days of price action, we still were getting people becoming bullish here. on CR, which is very interesting for me to see. Like, I was seeing a lot of people talk about the predictable bounce, Bitcoin's putting in structure to the upside. And you have to just, as a trader, be like, well, what are you talking about? This literally had a trend shift, lower low break, lower high, lower low. Yes, you got a bounce at 76,000, but like, as long as you're under 82,000, this bounce means nothing. So if like your favorite CR influencer is happy about Bitcoin bouncing, well, they've just played into the lower high psychology. So it's all just like psychology based in this market, in my opinion. When everyone gets on board on shorting and it seems easy, this is often when you'll move up. We know the typical, when everyone is on the train, it often just goes the other way, or it just doesn't go at all. So moving forward, now that we know the context, we know Bitcoin's very bearish still, macro trend is down, and even now daily trend is down. There's literally no bull thesis here, literally zero bull thesis, besides maybe daily EMA 100 holding. Now you are going to notice here that you need 2 to 3 candle closures to hold daily EMA 100. You have only gotten one. So even that rule is still keeping you in check. Something we talked about, if you bounce off the EMI 100, you will go to the 34. This did put it within a range, about 1%. We talked about the 21 being the extremity high, the fact that the daily 9 and 21 have crossed, and the fact that you were holding the 21 as major support on the daily. Did you rally up and retest that since losing it? No. And that is exactly why we're looking at that 78,500. Now, Bitcoin did reject 78,100. So now today you're looking for EMA 100 to become loss. That's criteria 1 of capitulation. Lose EMA 100. If you do that, that's going to be your first big sign that Bitcoin is about to put in the next major leg down. The second point, and look at me drawing here crazy. The second point will simply be losing 76,000 on even a 4-hour candle closure will be good enough for me. That will be confirmation that we are breaking down. And notice the 4-hour is giving you a volatility setup on the cusp of firing off. While the 4-hour trend is down, the 4-hour is giving you super easy invalidation. Each wick high is not being taken out. This is a bear environment. Meaning if you were longing here, you just missed out on some easy money. All you had to play was the 4-hour 34 and your stop loss the previous wick high. And now what you see is you're about to get a breakdown here. You just see? I'll actually make it straight. We like straightness here. I think this is important because the lower time frames are telling a story currently. And that story is we got the breakdown. You're getting the volatility set up. So if Bitcoin maybe ends up rallying back up to this zone, this will be the first big capitulation zone for me. Now, am I using this to maybe trade? If you want, and you could be aggressive today, absolutely. But it is Friday. And that's why for ETA, if you are in the academy, I'm simply waiting for the 2 trigger trade. And that is daily EMI 100 loss, 76,000 lost. If those 2 become lost and 76,000 becomes lost, even on like a 4-hour today, this starts happening. This is good enough to start shorting because you know daily EMI 100 will become lost. Now going back to the daily here, that is sitting at 76,800. We're ever so slightly taking it out, but that's not like a lit cigar. That's not confirmation. You've got to see the daily close under it. Now, what could happen is today you get a massive red dildo. You end up losing 76,000 today. I hope everyone is listening carefully because this could happen, specifically when you are on the verge of lower time frame volatility setups firing off. You could just end up red dildoing all day, lose 76,000. Weekend starts, and then over the weekend, you slowly start moving up. CME opens, you get the last move up, bearish retest of the 100, and then into next week, going into June, you do start capitulating. I am still standing on the idea that I am in belief that into June, you are going to see a major move down. And what we've been seeing on the monthly the last 3 months is simply bear setting up for that. Lower low, lower high. And now what's left in June is we are about to enter that market, which is once that lower high is confirmed on the monthly, you often get a very swift and easy move to the lower low spot. Right? Like that makes sense. Bitcoin's just going to make an aggressive move to make a lower low. Just like it makes an aggressive move to make a lower high. That's kind of the predatory nature of it. That's why you have to kind of pay attention. Now into June, you are getting a volatility setup firing off. This is highly significant because, well, this is like the first one you've had in a long time, technically. Firing off here means that Bitcoin now is in a danger zone. We are more likely statistically to break down 30 to 40% going into June, July. Just so everyone's aware, just to preface that. This is more likely to break down 30 to 40% within 60 to 90 days. So there's the first big point. The second big point is that this is confirming on the index going into June. This is highly significant because what you're going to notice is the last time this confirmed, first point didn't fully fire off, only went to about 20%. And the second point was that still gave bulls a major move up. Like this monthly volatility setup that, again, in quotation marks, failed, literally gave bulls like a 50% move up. So was it a failure? Kind of hard to say because it did technically give you the stats. It gave you the 40 to 50% move up. But what you're going to notice is volatility didn't reach its full length. So what you can gather from that is these monthly volatility setups are getting more aggressive, actually, which is interesting. But then also, if this monthly volatility setup starts firing off near just going back to 20%, again, that could be just the equivalent of Bitcoin dropping 50%. Now, we don't know what this will occur if we end up going all the way up to the extreme zone. Only time we've had an environment like that was 2011. And really, I mean, the biggest volatility setup we had was 2020. And that did take you all the way up to around 78%. And we all know what occurred in 2020. That was the epic Block 3000 bull market, where price did go up 600%. And again, that went to about 70% in volatility. So this should not be something you're licking your lips, really looking to be longing Bitcoin and or looking for local bottoms. As long as this volatility setup is firing off, it is going to be more likely to be firing off to the downside, meaning you are going to have more of an opportunity to be shorting. And that's exactly why I was mentioning here when we went up to the 80s that this spot is the highest financial opportunity spot. And I still stand on that. If we get any kind of move up to the 80s, that will just be the highest financial opportunity spot. And so far, from saying that big statement, we're down 6%. So far, it has been playing out nicely. Now, I just mentioned all this on the monthly because Bitcoin is massively bearish. And this is almost like a bunch of cold water in your face, kind of sobers you up, keeps you in that perspective going into June. Once this fires off and confirms, we are now in an environment we haven't seen since April 2025. So over a year ago. Like a year and a month, a year and 2 months, we haven't seen that environment. So it doesn't matter what's been happening since October. June, July is really saying something epically crazy is about to occur into the crypto market. As long as you are under that 82,000, this is going to be more likely to move down. So going back to the daily again, this is what's going to be telling you your story. Watch daily EMA 100 loss today, and I don't want you to disregard this setup because of this. There's a reason I haven't given any Academy shorts for Bitcoin. Ran an Amazon short and E short, but no Bitcoin Academy shorts quite yet. We need this firstly loss, 76,000 SR. Once this occurs, I'm going to be scaling really big shorts because this is going to be gearing up for the next leg down into June. How nice would it be if we accurately catch the leg down and actually catch like a 5% move in the midst of this kind of chop? That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid here. Got lots of chop on this move up. I want to avoid the chop zones on the move down. That's why for these triggers, I'm going to be really very picky. And I need to actually see something like this. Once you get that though, and you do go on your trading view, on your Blofin app, and you see Bitcoin's under 76,000, that's when you know that's a danger zone. And this is most likely going to lead to a capitulation event. And this entire move up that you've been seeing since April is going to get sold off. And like something we mentioned, we can literally move up for multiple weeks and it can get sold off in just 3 days. So we want to be very careful here. Bitcoin is extremely bearish. And the quarterly is still telling you the story that if you really wanted to flex as a bear and really show bulls that they're spineless, this would mean that you in 1 month, 9 days would flip this quarterly red and move down to the 34. So that's now a time zone. We have like a month and 9 days. Really, we should be seeing June be very bearish for crypto. In the June, you really start seeing it move up past 82.5 and break out. Okay, that's going to be the first big sign that maybe we have bottomed. But until then, this looks like a very to the textbook SR, which is like just very easy to understand on a quarterly. What was support, this support, which took you all the way up to the high, is now being flipped into resistance. Doesn't mean that it's going to reject in a month and 9 days. But gun to head, what would be the most bearish scenario you could think of, and the most predatory, would be a massive quarterly move up, testing this, just being a hindsight trade leading to a massive quarterly red dildo down. You're talking about 24, 25% moves up just to trap bulls. So in 1 month, 9 days. And so I have to interpret that as, yeah, maybe we are about to see something epic in June. We also know, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I do think that IPO is happening, the Elon IPO.
Elon IPO and the start of the World Cup, one after another.
So perfect. A lot of music for the crowd there to get distracted.
I don't like soccer, but I'm rooting for Ronaldo.
Ronaldo's done, dude. Like, I don't think, is he even playing?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
He's the GOAT.
Well, you did say before you started saying anything that you were not into soccer, so that makes sense.
Or football, I'm sorry. Football.
I was looking at what's it called, at the U.S. and the Mexican team, and it seems like they're both doomed. So I'm just gonna be, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be doing. So there you have it. Sorry, go on, Alex.
Yeah, what a time, what a life. So that's good news for us, because for the last 3 months we've kind of just stuck to the same idea, and really, I mean, at this point, even the most bullish bulls are okay with getting a move back down to 69,000. Still about a 10% move. And so in knowing that, probably is not the best time to be longing with Scotty and the boys. Probably is a good time to just be waiting, chilling, having patience, waiting how June's going to open, because we simply know once Bitcoin loses 76,000, this is a monthly deviation. What's stopping price from just making a shallow BR before breaking down? Nothing. So we need to be very, 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 very careful, and we will continue to be watching. And if we do get a short setup, we will. I'll be very quick to post the trigger, because I am just simply waiting here. Could have easily longed this, and we were talking about it on the Discord, But for me, the easier, more successful trades will just be to wait for the lower highs and then start bidding. And really, it is starting to look like this is the next lower high. Let's check out daily HBDR, and then we'll go to Tether dominance. Oh, and look at that. You are in a daily breakdown now. Last daily breakdown was in mid-May. This is before here. So before the 4 red dildo parties. Boom, 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 boom. So, right, that's not a good sign if you're maybe longing with the boys here. This is showing weakness. And you are literally in the environment that's literally saying that nothing is stopping this candle from breaking 76,000 today. And even 4 hour and up, volatility is literally very bricked up here. So that's all I have. We need to be watching very carefully. 76,000 today. And if you are very, very, very itching to have a trade, well, I highly recommend going on to the academy, waiting, watching 76,000. Once you get this kind of setup, I will be posting another short setup, and the price action we had the last 3 days, 2 days, are very important to really dictate our stop loss on that trade. So this is all very good data for us. Very good data for us, honestly. So now let's go to, Tether dominance.
I apologize for interrupting you. I got a board in 20 minutes, so you can look it up.
Do it up, son. Safe travels.
Muchas gracias.
Have a safe
Buenos dias. And you as well, Alex. Have safe travels. Well, looking forward to next time I see you. All right, bye.
Until next time, Mr. Farhano. We had a good run in Mexico. Or Cancun, because I'm staying in Mexico. Let's see here. Oh, and look at that. We are getting still the spring scenario on Tether dominance. So this at least can tell you that if into June you actually close back above 7.49%, which granted you're at 7.462%, very close, that really could just mean that you're going to get that shallow retest in the spring up going into June. And honestly, that kind of plays into what we're mentioning on the monthly. Maybe just that very shallow retest of the monthly 34 and also 76,000 before moving down. Because while Tether dominance is looking like it's just grinded out the next higher low, which is a death sentence for bulls. Because really how it's been for Tether dominance is once that higher lows grinded out, you just slingshot up. Higher lows grinded out, you slingshot up. And it's just like when we had the lower highs in the bull market, you just break down. If this is the next major higher low, that's going to be just terrible news for bulls, because that could mean that into June, July, this is going to start breaking the high. That does put it in an environment where it could start moving up at minimum 20%. We are still holding the monthly median. Percent, or not all-time high, but that is near the range highs here, the wick high of February. So this is literally telling you that Bitcoin has not bottomed yet, like at all. Like quite the opposite, actually. This is not a bottom formation for Bitcoin. Rather, it seems like Bitcoin has massively topped, and all this is doing for the last 3 months is gearing up for a spring, which is just about to do this. And then what's going to happen is you're going to do this. You're going to do the same thing for the next 2-3 months, spring, and then you're going to move up. And that's all this price action looks like. It's just elevator, stair step up, elevator up, actually. Stair step down, elevator up, something like that. Some like Charlie Chocolate Factory elevator up that bulls have here. Kind of crazy, but I don't make the rules. And that is kind of the environment that we are entering here. Because how easy has it been? Like last 3 months, you've been moving down. You've been moving down. Let me just get this off here. Been moving down, been moving down, been moving down. But notice that you have been getting bought up every single time. This just looks like a typical liquidity grab, support retest. And if you just do get back above 7.49%, what is stopping price from entering an environment which could just result into a move all the way back up to the 9.42%? This is like one of the best looking charts, honestly. When you throw down a bi-monthly, it looks even better. because the little details are interesting here. It's showing strength. It's showing trend up. And mind you, you haven't had trend up since all of 2018, 2020, 2021. Like Tether dominance has had macro trend up longer than it's had macro trend down, just so everyone's aware. So it looks like it's right back up. Let's look at the last time it flipped trend up. Was here. So it actually never was down. And we actually did this before on stream. And there's no example of what it is when it's flipped back up. You understand? Like here's the low, the high, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, higher low, trend shift, higher high. So you've never been in an environment where tether dominance on the macro has been down and then flip back up. But I can show you here, this is the start of the uptrend. And so here's your lower high or higher low. So it's never down here. Here's your bullish price structure. And then here was your higher high break. And then your higher low and your higher high break. And notice on these higher high breaks, tether dominance just doesn't really stop. Again, that's important because the trend is still up. And this is what kept me in check, honestly. The last 3 months, just is tether dominance macro trend up? Yes. And is everyone talking about that? No, no one's talking about that. So that's probably a point that's going to stick. So that is just good confluence into June. Now we'll go to lower time frames and see what we're working with here. Because again, daily is telling a story. So obviously daily on tether dominance needs to tell a story. And what are we getting? You're getting a bullish deviation setup here. You want to start seeing this, actually. Meaning you're looking at essentially Thursday's hold. This is a deviation pending. So today, you want to simply see Bitcoin get back above the 7.433% and then start actually reclaiming 7.49%. That's going to be the important thing. It's like what I mentioned here. This is the important zone. It made sense. We were going to move down a little bit. Tether dominance needed to retest the daily 9. It did now. So if you get back above 7.49%, let that be confluence to your short that's brewing once Bitcoin loses 76,000. It literally will look this easy. You will literally get back above 7.49%, be in an HPDR breakout, all while Bitcoin is under 76,000 and just freshly lost daily EMA 100. So the person that's just at their charts, having the alerts, paying attention, will get a very easy trade if you're patient. You still can see though, you are in the process of putting bullish price structure here still. So bullish deviation potential, daily EMA 9 retest. Let's throw the 55 on and really look at this. It's gearing up for a silver cross. We now would need price to get back above again 7.43% and then get a major expansion up. If you do see a really green dildo up, this is going to cause the daily to silver cross again. The silver cross to the downside worked pretty nicely. So we'd want to be watching that carefully. If the daily does silver cross, it just plays into the idea that maybe Bitcoin is about to put in the next major leg down. But still, this is just in the process of rebuilding and repairing. So are you super excited about this candle? No, but is this setup possibly going to help you out a little bit? Yeah. And so once you get back with 7.49% on daily candle closures, that's your trigger to really look at this to start putting the next leg up towards 7.8. I'll keep going. Let's see here. So daily volatility is still firing off too. Let's look at the 2-day, right? Because we have maybe 2-day bullish divergence potential, but you also are in a 2-day buy trigger. So it's like just plays into the idea that markets are very predatory to aggressive bulls. Lose the buy trigger, take out May 17th low, start moving down to 7.21%. This will start looking like 2-day bearish divergence and bullish divergence on Bitcoin. But this just looks like what's holding us from breaking out is 7.49%. And once the daily gets back above 7.49%, it just seems like this is about to just slingshot up. And let's really look at price action here. Major green dildo up, major green dildo up. And even off here, you had a green dildo up that was a failure. It's a 3.48%. So get back above 7.49% and Tether dominance is massively bottomed. And this is going to result into a major leg up. And even look at 2-day volatility. A move is coming soon. And like I mentioned, with the daily silver cross pending, you have even the daily 9 and the 21 crossing. That just leaves this 2-day buy trigger very interesting for bulls here. Because this, as long as this isn't a 2-day buy trigger, this is going to be more likely to break out. Oh, look at this. 5-day EMA 9s reclaimed. We talked about this setup, so that means that the Bitcoin setup is actually firing off. That's interesting. 5-day EMA 9, you lose it, you're short on Tether dominance, so you're long on Bitcoin. You reclaim it, this is bullish. You reclaim it, it's bullish. You stay above, it's bullish. You lose it, it's bearish. So let's go to Bitcoin really fast and check that out. Because that's interesting to see. So 5-day did hold it. You are slightly below it currently, but this will play actually really into June. You want to start seeing this 5-day EMA9 hold. Let's look at the 5 really fast. Oh, so you are rejecting on the 5. That's interesting. This is an interesting point we should be watching carefully, because once you actually get back above. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I had a brain fart. No, so this is good for us, actually. That's funny. Notice here how the 5-day opened below the 9. And it did hold it on that 5-day close. You made that move up to 76. Let's look at CME here. So if this 5-day EMA9 really does start getting lost on Bitcoin, well, it's just going to result into a major move down. Now that move down for me will just be the SMA 200. Oh, and we're actually there. Wow. Look at that. This is nice. This is set up very nice, honestly. This is a good perspective on the 5-day. Wow. Yeah, what a crazy thing here. Like 76,000 is just really holding bulls' hopes and dreams. Once that's lost, this is cooked. This 5-day is cooked. And then you are noticing the 5-day volatility setup that bulls were trying to run with is now resetting. So that's just GG. Damn, this 5-day just like really, honestly, like really looks amazing for bears. So that's good for our shorts here. Understand this 5-day losing SMA 200 will trigger a short. Once you lose 5-day SMA 200, that is at 76,778. That basically correlates to daily EMA 100 loss. So you can really start seeing actually the 5-day, weekly, daily, 2-day is all really tying into the same spot. 76,000 remains the big spot for Bitcoin. Now going back to Tether dominance, how can you even be bearish on this chart? Look at this. This looks like a massive 5-day reclaim of the 9. All you've done is retested, and now what's left? The expansion part. And well, the 5-day volatility setup almost fired off here on Tether dominance, but it did not. It's now fully reset again, meaning into June, late May. Once this fires off, you really could start seeing the next major leg up here on Tether dominance. I'm actually very happy I looked at the 5-day because, wow, that's going to be a really good perspective to keep watching along with the daily and even the weekly and monthly. It's like, and we've talked about these setups before. Anytime the 5-day EMA 5 and the 9 are lost and are, just lost, that always results into a bearish move. So seeing this, it's a very hard perspective to become bullish because this really just looks like trash. So I'm just going to put that right here. Or, there we go. Trash. That's all I have on Bitcoin. We'll come back to this. Once 5-day SMA 200 loss, this will trigger another short, but understand that you are already getting a short setup on the daily. So you don't need to be waiting for the 5-day. Once this EMA 100's loss, 5-day SMA 200's loss, pending 76K loss, you're really going to break down. And I keep mentioning that because I just want everyone to be fully prepared. Once you're under 76K, you're going to break down hard. We'll go to Bitcoin dominance because we understand Tether dominance is just simply waiting for the breakout here. And the only thing separating bulls on Tether dominance from glory is 7.49% reclaimed. So get this. Get the daily EMA 100 loss, and wow, you're getting Glock 3000 confluence. So much confluence. It's like, how could you not take the trade? We'll go to Bitcoin dominance now. Where is it? There it is. Let's go to our weekly because look at that. It's almost as if we knew the weekly needs to retest, and that kind of kept us in check. And now the daily is getting into a sell trigger, and you do notice once the daily 34 is lost, you're going to make a move down to the 100. That's basically about a 1% drop, and that'll tie in right into this. And then we'll be in a decision point. And notice how that goes right into early June. It's funny. Who could have known the weekly was going to go in for a retest? Once you really lose this weekly 5, you're going to move down to the 9. You're still watching for the weekly 34 to get retested. This will be your big decision if you're going to break out or break down. It's just going to be based on do we hold 59.69%. And until you get the retest, this puts it in a very precarious spot because the retest is still statistically more likely, in my opinion. And we know that, well, tethered Bitcoin dominance moving down results into a Bitcoin moving down. So if this still has some ways to go, that still means Bitcoin has some ways to go, in my opinion. And that's kind of been the easy perspective to keep. Weekly volatility is now firing off. It's going to be very, very interesting to see this weekly pivot where this shifts. Because if this weekly momentum pivot does end up shifting down, well, down, you literally did just flip-flop this weekly volatility setup in favor of bears. And now this weekly volatility setup, which is the biggest ever firing off, is going to fire off in favor of bears going into June, which means that into June could mean this is the most bearish environment for Bitcoin dominance ever. Which is good. That helps give us confidence that maybe into June you're about to make a major move down. Now, monthly is still going to be the easy perspective. Let's just simply test the monthly median, monthly 9, monthly 5, 59.69%. Let's really not overcomplicate this one. If you end up losing this going into June, I mean, how easy of a trigger do you need? Let's just say bearish deviation, bearish price structure here. This looks like it's about to go on a low break. Next target will be the monthly 34 at 57.65%. So testing near September's low. But not bullish, right? And even the most bullish bulls, and this is exactly why I was saying that, want a retest here. Like visually, this just looks like it wants a retest. How can you get bullish here when it's like, this is a perfect example of like an inefficiency. Like you will want this retest if you're bullish. That way you don't go up and do this, and then Bitcoin or Bitcoin dominance does the smackdown, gets the retest, and then moves up. This is more chop. This is straight to business if we can just get the retest. So we'll see. Gotta wait though. And you still have over 1% more to go. While Bitcoin's at 76,800. So in summary, the markets are still in decision mode. You're still deciding on where the lower high on the daily is going to form. And well, so far it's looking absolutely disgusting for Bitcoin. And even the 5-day SMA 200 is about to become lost, confirming ultimate bearish posturing here. We do notice that once the 5-day SMA 200 is lost, you literally aren't going to have any kind of bullish idea. And we have to go back all the way down to here where really once you lost 5-day SMA 200 in the last bear market, this just led you down to 15,000. Like actually upon losing it, you went down like 33%, not even measured from the highest point. So that is an ultimate key sign for me that bears are in full control. 12-hour silver cross is occurring along with daily potentially on the verge of silver crossing. So we want to be watching very carefully. 12-hour is going to silver cross, just a more matter of when, not if. And that'll at least help us get an easy short trade. Watch 76,000. Watch daily EMA 100. Once those two are lost, this will enter into another bearish environment, essentially another short setup where at ETA, I'll give this short trade easily. We'll scale it. We'll most likely get immediate results. Now, we end up breaking down from here. Watch 72,800. This is a big spot for me. And if you end up losing 72,800, you are now officially in a bearish breakdown. You are literally pending the same environment as what occurred in January before we went down 30%. You just got to break under 72,800, and that will start giving you the move at minimum to 69,200. And at that point, why wouldn't we come all the way down to 62.2? So Bitcoin is not bearish. Lower volatility is about to fire off, and all this is shifting back to in favor of bears. So for that, we need to be watching the daily trigger I mentioned. Once this 4-hour loses 76,000, the daily is going to close bad, which means the 5-day is going to close bad, which means Bitcoin has potentially just put in the next major macro lower high. And if that's the case, that means that going into June, July, we are about to get a massive opportunity to maybe get some more shekels on our shorts. How I look at it, honestly, this bear market maybe has one more leg down, possibly down to the 48s, 49Ks, maybe to the 30s, one more leg down before you bottom. So I'm looking at this next leg down as the most aggressive, the most craziest leg down we've had. And I'm also looking at it to get everyone bearish once we reach 48,000. I really hope people clip our streams because once Bitcoin is at $48,000 to $49,000, I promise you, everyone is going to become bearish. But this is actually when you should be investing and looking for a bullish outcome here because we've made bottoms off of the monthly EMA 100 each and every time. So for that, if we are not bottomed yet and we are still in a bear market, that means Bitcoin has still 40% left to go. And if that's going to occur within the next month or two, just solely based on monthly volatility, that means the next 60 days, you potentially are about to make 40% move down. That's what, like over half a point every day to the downside. So if you have 10 grand on 100x, you're basically making 5 grand a day until we reach this zone, assuming you short perfectly, which at ETA we will. So watch the trigger very carefully. 76,000 is a big spot. And I am watching for this next leg down really to be the next bottoming leg down. But that also means it's going to be the most aggressive and most likely the leg down that gets everyone bearish. Understand though, once we reach this 49,000, I'm a buyer of Bitcoin and I will start longing with the boys. That's all I have here. It's looking very good. Looking very good to going into June, honestly.
I couldn't agree more. The only thing I defer on is how low it'll go, because just like Capo was looking up, I feel like a lot of people are looking down. So whenever you get that move, indeed, downside move right here, I just think this area would be lethal right here between 54 and 58. Because once you get here, tell me that not everyone's going to be like, dude, we're getting at least 48. Like everyone has said 48, 45, 42, or 38. Those are the numbers that I see everyone repeating. So if I'm seeing people repeat that, let's say that we get a move to like 56, right? That's 55% down. On the last bear market, we had a 63% down. Let me see. 77. So, and it's been getting smaller and smaller, right? Because on the 2018, you had what? 85. So 85, 77, you would expect something alongside like probably 60.
55, like 60%, something like that. Which again is
60 would be 50.
And you could literally just wick down to there, never lose weekly SMA 200 and move back up.
Yeah, and the other thing that this would trigger, which now I made a whole video yesterday about this, but it's obviously in Spanish. I'm actually going to do it in English too, maybe today if I'm not feeling too lazy. But we're getting a completely new way of lowering rates and doing QE, which is the Genius Act that starts in actually kicks off in January of 2027. And no one has considered that. Like for some reason, everyone ignores the law. It's kind of like in California, and you would think, right, that people are paying attention. In California, they started making crime legal. Like, oh, you can steal up to $950. Oh, there's a problem. The people stealing this shit are selling it, and that's a crime because they don't have a permit. Well, now you don't need a permit to sell anything. So once they start changing the laws, you start turning around and telling people, guys, this is fucked up. You can't make crime legal. And everyone's like, shut the fuck up. Until the criminal is at their house with a gun to their heads, it's not a problem. And I think it's the same thing right here. QE, which is the most amazing thing for risk assets, starts January of 2027. And no one understands until the guy is there with the gun to your head. That's when you're going to realize, be like, oh, it was so obvious. And I just think if we go down here, like in June, for example, July, we're right here. I think this just going sideways, right? Up until like, call it December or January, people are going to be waiting for that next leg down, like in 2018.
Yeah.
And they're never going to get it.
Or like that's the 12K region, the 4940s that never came, and we just did bought it. Like, remember when we bought them at 15, 16, everyone was calling for 12, 12's coming, 12's coming.
I was
never got it.
Never got it.
Kind of did what you're drawing. I was even waiting for that, and I had shorted a lot, so could literally act like that. Yeah, and your hindsight trade was the fact that the weekly SMA 200 got the reclaim last bull market, and we just moved all the way down to it and never lost it.
Yeah,
because that I think your pink line there is the SMA 200 on the weekly. I think
it is right here.
That would be the hindsight trade, like because we got a reclaim, green dildo reclaim, never retested it. All this was a retest, right? The other one to the right there was your reclaim. And all this was just a move down to it. And you could wick a little past it, of course, and make that lower low. But I could literally see what you're saying. Like, that could be just perfect fuckery, honestly. It would be a major hindsight trade. It held the weekly SMA 200 while everyone was calling for lower, but it held the weekly SMA 200.
And I specifically like this area because you have all this support right here. You can play it maybe even a little bit more aggressive like this, or completely aggressive right here. Support, SFP, support, kind of dicking around, support, breakdown, SFP to the downside, go up. And the thing is, the one behavior, the one thing that's happening at the same time that it happened in 2023, that it's identical and it's a mirror, is when they said the banks are going to crash. Banks are crashing. What do? Peter Thiel came out and saved us all from that, thank God, by telling us to buy U.S. Treasury short-term, U.S. Treasury. That's literally what the Genius Act is. So that was kind of like the rehearsal. And that was March of 2023. You want to see where March of 2023 was?
Let's see.
Right here.
So near the bottom.
And then he just fucking went up like this. But now it's going to be unlimited. It's the same action that they're taking. Just
See, it's
find
nice
it.
because either scenario results in Bitcoin not bottoming here, moving down just a little more, if anything, and then
Yeah.
possibly finding a bottom. But I still think June, July is going to be nice. If we can actually see this index monthly volatility fire off, it's going to be just easy trading down.
Oh, yeah. Almost there. And then you're going to need a confirmation. So it's like a
'Cause, like, we saw
2-month
that.
play.
This
Say it
we're going to
again?
get potentially it in June. If it closes here in June, it'll confirm. Because on
Yeah.
CME, it's confirmed for 3 months to the downside.
Yeah.
And then obviously, right, it could mean June's a little fucky. July, we get the expansion. But it would be great in a bear utopian if we actually just get the 30-40% move in June, leg down, because of monthly volatility.
Absolutely.
Because the last setup we
Absolute-motherfucking-
had, last setup on the monthly we had wasn't a failure, but it only went to 20%, and that was in April of 2025. And
Right here.
once that volatility fired off, it just literally went up, up, up.
Yeah, I mean, that was the
It only went to
tariffs that they put on
20%.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, and it only went to 20% on the monthly volatility before resetting.
Can I be a total dick and ask you to cover for me for a second and just do Amazon for a trade? I got to run to the bathroom.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So sorry.
Sure.
I'll be right back. Oh.
No, that's perfect because we actually have an Amazon trade. So let me talk about that.
Thank you. Be right back.
Yeah. All right, let's check this out. Because we looked at Amazon here. Let me see here. Lower time frame trade. Let me pull up the Academy and kind of see how my Amazon trade's going. Because what we are seeing is we got the expansion off 258. We went down to the 255. From there, we started to move up. You got a SFP of the daily 21, which is a big spot in my opinion. And you are trying to get a daily trend shift to the upside. It's going to be important now to get expansion if you're a bull here. Because what I've noticed was you were consistently closing each major high under the previous. So now you've taken that out. This is starting to shift in favor of bulls, more bullish posturing. But you got to start seeing the expansion. You got to start breaking, specifically May 14th high. Now for a trade, let me see here. Just want to see what how my Amazon trade is. 279, 267, 269. Okay, perfect. So actually, because I just wanted to see that. So yeah, my Amazon trade is triggering still for short. So let's talk about that and kind of see where I found that out. Must have been HPDR dependent. Because when you get up to these extreme zones, the HPDR is often your friend for these trades. And so I know exactly what I was playing here. We're just essentially playing the monthly median. As long as you're under that monthly median, which again actually closed under, you actually got a closure back under, you are going to result into a move back down to that 240s, in my opinion. Now with Amazon moving up today, putting in a green dildo, and even in a daily buy trigger, you are noticing still that the daily median is not getting reclaimed. And that actually got lost when you got the breakdown in May. Breakdown in like quotation marks. That gave you like a 4 or 5% move once you lost the daily median. So for me, I would be looking for a short here. I would be fully focused on May 14th high. And as long as you stay under May 14th high, I'd be looking for Amazon to roll over from here. And this is just a bull trap. Bull trap meaning this is just shifting daily trend, but no confirmation quite yet, like a higher low, another higher high, just simply taking out that previous wick, still under the 12-hour and daily median. This still could result into a move back down to 258. Once you lose 258, I'd be looking for a move back to 250, if not all the way to 240. And again, the only reason I'm still looking for this was you got a daily lower low, even on a 12-hour lower low. So a move up made sense Taking out the previous wick high doesn't put this in uptrend. You need more data. And so this could just easily be a little liquidity grab. But if you're going to run the short, you can now scale it currently and have a very tight short stop loss at 271. Because you know, if you start breaking 271, you most likely are just going to break out and go towards the highs. But still, I like this kind of trade because while you're playing that monthly median, you are still under the monthly median. And monthly volatility is now resetting once again. This started to fire off when we were breaking out, but it resetting while price is slightly moving down on the monthly means that once this does fire off, this could start breaking Amazon down. Now, we are in macro higher high, so I don't want you to get too zealous and crazy about your short. Macro higher high often just means, though, macro higher low. And that's exactly what I'm trying to gauge with the monthly median loss, the daily median loss, and, well, Amazon looking like it wants to go towards the 240s. I do believe that could be an easy spot to catch a trade, and that is kind of our TP zone right into the monthly 5 here, 246. We actually have a TP1 at 258, so that's even better. Actually seems like that TP1 hit. So that's even good news if you're playing that. But now what you're getting is another short setup. Watch 271 stop loss for Amazon. And as long as you're under 271, this is going to be more of a short. At minimum, you should want to see the daily 9 retested. So it's like a 1% drop. I still think you can go back down to 258. And this is just playing more of like a range until, again, you break 271s. So really, I still see a short on Amazon. I'm not looking at this move as just now we're ready to break out and move up until you break 271. So until you break 271, this is still more bearish. The monthly median is lost, which is just a little little data here showing that this is still bearish. And even the daily median loss is still, well, a bearish sign for me, because if this was actually about to break out, you wouldn't see the daily median shift up. You would see it get a reclaim and then start moving up to the top 38.2%. This is still more closer to a breakdown on the daily. And with daily volatility contracting, giving a setup within next week, you do have to be looking for a breakdown on Amazon. Specifically, too, when you do know that June is approaching and it is going to be a bearish month for stocks, I would be looking for kind of weakness to form here on Amazon. And again, it's very easy. Scale this short. Understand 271 is where you're wrong. And, well, once you break 271, it's like, maybe I'm wrong now. No, it's like that's your another higher high break. And it's when you can actually start looking at maybe some longs. But until then, I'm looking for shorts at this current spot. Actually, the Academy short literally fired off today. So if you are in the Academy, we literally have an Amazon short that I posted on Monday. So now this is finally firing off. I think we posted it on Monday here, scaled the short. We got the TP. We've slowly been moving up. So this is just giving shorts another entry, in my opinion. So that's all I have, really. 271 is your big spot. Look for a rollover. 258 is your major zone for TP. And once you fall back under 258, that is when Amazon is going to start really falling. And your next big spot will be right in 240 to 230. I am not convinced, though, this is going to result in a bullish move. So that's why I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, you took out May 18th high, so let's start longing this. No. Still see this being more in short zone. It's until you break 271, where then I'll look for a lower high and then long this. But until then, this really could just roll over very fast. And even volatility is showing that, along with the median loss, and you're not too far from a 38.2% breakdown. So I just think this trade will need a little bit of patience, but as long as you're using 271 as your stop loss, you should have no issue on this trade. It should just be I'm in, I'm waiting, and if it rolls over, it's going to print a lot. And if it doesn't, I lose barely anything. So our Academy, it's 267 to 269. So if you're not in the Academy, you can use that for some help, but I still see a pretty easy short here on Amazon.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Very clear and easy for me to explain. So thank you, senor. And then next would be K-Web, KWEB. I'll start with this. I'll do Bitcoin, Amazon.
KWEB. Perfect.
Perdón, andaba leyendo un mensaje. Ok. Pueden ver que Bitcoin anda, estamos viendo la mensual, estoy volteando a ver básicamente, ¿cómo se llama? Nuestro índice, ¿no? Y es un poco lo que habíamos platicado. Normalmente donde llegas a tocar fondos acá es el promedio del 100 mensual, pero también hemos notado que desde que seguimos Bitcoin, por ejemplo, acá en el, no vamos a poner 2013, vámonos al 18, para que no nos vayamos tan lejos, ¿no? Cosas que hemos participado en la gran mayoría de nosotros. El bajón de acá al fondo de acá fue un 84%, ¿ok? Y luego de eso, del 84%, te dio una subida y luego volví a bajar casi al mismo nivel, ¿no? O sea, por nada volví a bajar a este nivel y luego ya despegó. ¿Esto qué es? Esta es la sacada. Aquí es cuando sacan a todo el mundo a la verga, ¿no? De, güey, ya te trepaste aquí, qué chingón. Adivina qué, ya no volví a subir, todo el mundo vende y nos vamos para afuera. Pero esto fue una caída de 84%, ¿ok? Bien, vámonos al ciclo del 2021, que todos ustedes están más familiarizados con, y pueden ver que cayó 77%, básicamente un 10% menos. La cosa que estamos viendo es cómo Bitcoin sube menos y cae menos, ¿ok? ¿Por qué es importante notar eso? Porque cuando estás perdiendo volatilidad o mínimo la fuerza en volatilidad de un swing para otro lado, quiere decir que el siguiente movimiento no puedes esperar caer al mismo nivel. Eso es como yo lo leo. Yo les puse esta línea muy coqueta acá en los 57, 58 mil dólares. Resistencia, cierre por encima, cierre por debajo, resistencia, rechazo, caída. Cerraste por encima, tope, por debajo, y luego viniste acá a reventarla a la alza, ¿no? Y luego acá te funcionó como soporte en todos los cierres y de ahí reventaste a la alza. Y este tipo de líneas para mí es lo importante. ¿Por qué lo digo? Una vez más, por lo que estoy esperando. ¿Qué fue lo que estamos viviendo en cuanto a QE se refiere? Acá en el 2023, en marzo del 2023, abrimos aquí en 23 mil dólares, subimos hasta los 28, pero cuando abrimos caímos hasta los 19. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí fue cuando mi amigo Peter Thiel tuvimos una crisis bancaria que resultó en qué? Esto es lo que hablé en el último video que hice. De verdad, vayan a verlo para que entiendan lo que está a punto de pasar. ¿Ok? Esto, que empezó el 1 de marzo, empieza el 1 de enero del 2027. ¿Ok? Esto empezó en marzo del 2023. Y como pueden observar, ¿qué fue lo que pasó de aquí para después? Bitcoin de fondo, o digamos, vamos a usar la vela donde abrió. A tope, subió un 4X, casi un 4,5X. Nada mal, ¿no? Tienes 10 mil dolaritos, hiciste 40 mil. Nada mal, respetable. Esto, cuando tienes la crisis bancaria y que Peter Thiel, en resumen, ¿no? Sale y le dice a todo el mundo, carnales, no me lo van a creer. No me lo van a creer, pero los bancos están a punto de quebrar. Como soy Peter Thiel, soy la mejor persona del mundo y les recomiendo a todos ustedes que saquen su dinero de los bancos y compren deuda a corto plazo americana. Eso es compra de T-bills. Y mucha gente fue y lo hizo. Y eso nos dio un 4X. Esta vez todas las empresas americanas lo van a hacer y los que van a pagar por ello son todos los ciudadanos americanos sin saber y todos los ciudadanos internacionales. El superciclo que les han vendido es el que viene, en mi opinión. Y una vez más, esto empieza fácil. Aquí. Este momento es idéntico a este, pero con más fuerza. Acá. ¿Por qué les digo eso? Les he dicho 1000 veces. Estamos viendo una tabla mensual. ¿Qué es lo que le encanta a Bitcoin hacer antes de subir? Bajar para subir, bajar para subir. Y acá lo que ha estado haciendo es bajó, sube, y cuando baja y sube, baja, ¿ok? Sigues en esta tendencia bajista. Simplemente a la gente que no ha estado en Bitcoin por un rato, se la aplican de esta forma, ¿no? Cuando te hacen pensar que, güey, todo está poca madre, pito. Y es un poco acá lo mismo. Ahora, todo el mundo está esperando el ciclo de 4 años. La gente que no está esperando el ciclo de 4 años que actúe normal, básicamente está aquí diciendo superciclo. ¿Están de acuerdo? Y recuerden, esta es una jugada mental que tienen que tener en mente. ¿Qué sería más desilusionante que otra vez nos riamos de toda la gente que dijo superciclo aquí para ellos? Que lo han dicho todo este tiempo, ¿eh? Se han equivocado una y otra y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. Lo más desilusionante sería esto. Bitcoin efectivamente cae, pero no cae más de esto. ¿Qué completaría esto? Siempre les digo, Bitcoin tiene que caer más. Y aquí Bitcoin te dio una hermosa sorpresa. No se llevó ni siquiera este mínimo. El que hiciste en octubre del 2024, no te lo llevaste. Hiciste un bajo más alto. Y es lo que tiene a todo el mundo con el pito parado. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando Bitcoin cae a esta zona? Mentalmente, ¿qué ocurre? Toda la gente que estaba esperando el superciclo se da cuenta de que no va a haber superciclo y dicen, güey, pues ya sé qué hacer. Voy a vender aquí en 58 y voy a comprar 48. Estos son todos los números que yo he escuchado de todos mis pacos favoritos. 48, 45, está acá. 42, ¿quién puede olvidar el famoso 42? O los famosos 38. Esta, toda esa, es tu zona de compra para Paco, ¿ok? Y aquí abajo, en los 20,000, tenemos tu zona de compra Tate. Que como todos ustedes saben, Andrew Tate es un experto en geopolítica y también en trading. Entonces, Andrew Tate está esperando esta. Tu Paco favorito en el parque te está esperando aquí. Pero ¿cuándo? Una vez que te lleves este mínimo. Es lo único que estoy esperando. No estoy diciendo que lo va a hacer rápido. Y ahora, ¿me vas a decir que va a venir a tocar acá, Alejandro, y se va a ir a máximos históricos? Nel. Yo creo que lo más culero que puede hacer esto es llegar como cuando te dije, en junio a este punto, y aquí literalmente hacer esto. Hasta literalmente el próximo año. No sé cuándo. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo con este movimiento de acá a este círculo estaría esperando esto. Estaría esperando movimiento de caída en agosto, junio, a este mínimo, que es básicamente de aquí, acá, acá, un mínimo más bajo que se lleva literalmente esto. Ahí ya por fin encuentras un poco de simetría en la teoría. Y esto sería el chop, donde todo el mundo va a decir, güey, va a bajar acá. Nel, negado, putos. Este es el canal más educativo en el que yo he participado, se los digo de corazón. ¿Ok? ¿Queda clara la idea? Ahora, esto no tiene que pasar, esto simplemente es un poco de ejercicio psicológico adelantado en contra de todos los idiotas, que normalmente es lo que nos hacen todas estas cosas divinas, ¿no? Con eso dicho, voy a quitar esto, todos mis dibujos, por si alguien le quiere tomar un screenshot a esto para después venir y traérmela para que se burlen de mí después. Espero que pase porque llevan 5 años sin material, entonces tómale el screenshot para que vengas a burlarte de mí. Ok, perfecto. Listo. Estoy seguro que ya tienes el screenshot. Ahora voy a reempezar esto. Con eso dicho, tengo esta tabla trimestral. Quiero que veas algo que también me llama la atención. A veces poner este tipo de cosas es bastante interesante, ¿ok? Puedes ver el máximo en los 69 del 2021, el rechazo justamente acá en marzo del 2024, la consolidación alcista que te lleva a máximos históricos. Funcionó como soporte en los aranceles de Bitcoin, funcionó como soporte en enero del 2026 antes de caer, después cayó, resistencia, resistencia, y ahora te quiere jugar a que esto fue lo que cambió y todo el mundo ya está puesto de que es alcista y la verga, ¿no? Entendemos. ¿Qué es lo que pasa acá? Si los llevo un gráfico diario, van a poder verlo divinamente. Recuerden, la única línea que hay en esta tabla es esa, ¿no? La de acá, el soporte, es la única tabla. La única línea, perdón. ¿Qué fue este? El rechazo de marzo para después caer, continuar para arriba, soporte, y ahora está aguantando el soporte. Una vez que rompas esta línea, y esto quiere decir abajo de $75,000, abajo de $75,000, esta va a ser tu zona de corto. Para tradearlo, tradear, corto plazo es tradear, ¿ok? Es todo lo que necesitas perder para irte para abajo, 75. ¿Los va a perder ahorita? No sé. Por más que esté viendo Bitcoin débil, Solana también está débil. No me vayan a intentar querer cambiar las palabras. Solana ya tiene un cruce plateado a la baja acá. Este cruce plateado a la baja todavía no se está básicamente haciéndose más grande. En la de 12 horas, Solana lo tiene más evidente acá. Simplemente está retesteando el cruce. Ok, esta es la zona de corto, lo platicamos en el último en vivo con esto y con Bitcoin. Cuando ves todos los EMAs juntos, se te tienen que parar porque esa zona normalmente funcionaría para hacer un corto. Tienes que perder, Solana tiene que perder los $85. Todavía no los pierde. Bitcoin está acá. Algo que me llama mucho la atención, mámense esta. En Solana tienes volatilidad aquí abajo, nula, 8 horas, estás a punto de salir del 15%, pero está yéndose de lado. 4 horas cayendo y reseteando, y la de 12 horas estaba ahí. Bitcoin parece ser que va a ser el primero en moverse esta vez, porque la de 12 horas tienes este setup de volatilidad, la de 8 horas tienes este setup de volatilidad, la de 4 horas tienes este setup de volatilidad que está apuntando para arriba. Ahora, apuntando, todavía no es oficial, para arriba con este movimiento a la baja. Entonces, una vez más, Solana es bajista, pero Solana me dice que tal vez este no es el movimiento grande a la baja porque Solana está aguantando. Pero también lo que puede ser, si lo leemos tranquilamente, es que literalmente Bitcoin va a cambiarle de lugar a Solana y le dice, quítate mi chavo, que yo voy a ser el primero en irme a la verga. Puede ser. Y acá lo más bonito de estos setups de 4, 8, 12 y diarios, no, diario no lo tienes, pero hasta la de 12 horas. Son los que empiezan el movimiento a la siguiente fase. ¿Ok? Lo puedes ver acá en Bitcoin. Literalmente la zona que habíamos... ¿cuándo puse esto? No tengo ni puta idea. Esta zona de acá, una vez que veas esta volatilidad expandir y continúa empujando para abajo, te va a decir que Solana va a ir para abajo también. Y esto te va a llevar, veamos a dónde. Yo creo que lo importante para Bitcoin sería romper debajo de los 75 limpios y empezar a cerrar por debajo de 75. ¿Por qué? Porque si simplemente vienes aquí y rebotas, sí te llevas estos mínimos, pero sigues siendo alcista. Yo sé que va en contra de lo que les enseñamos en análisis técnico, pero es como funciona Bitcoin. Hasta que no te lleves los 76 y empieces a cerrar 75 por debajo, no hay nada oficial aquí. Y ahí, si eso se llega a dar, empiezas a ver esto, ¿qué es lo que va a hacer? Simplemente retestear la parte baja de esto. Ahora, aquí lo que estás viendo también es esto. Estás cayendo. El retesteo de esta línea meme, si es que va para abajo de verdad, como te estoy diciendo, el retesteo de la línea meme es lo que quieres shortear, no esto. Esto. porque todavía no has perdido esta línea. No has cerrado ni siquiera una sola vela de 4 horas por debajo de ella. 12 horas lo puedes ver mejor, diaria lo puedes ver también, pero es apenas esto. Ahora, para darles un poco de... me metí, ya vi por qué tengo esas líneas ahí, porque es lo que les platiqué el miércoles. Ok. Pinche brujo, güey. ¿Cómo sabes? Análisis técnico básico y mentalidad de pendejos. Eso de mentalidad de tiburón, yo creo que es mejor tener mentalidad de pendejo, porque si entiendes la mentalidad del pendejo, entiendes lo que les van a hacer. Una y otra vez. No, es que la bolsa está en altos históricos. Prepárense para el cogimiento que viene. Otra cosa que vale la pena decir es, sacaron hoy más papeles de extraterrestres y hoy es viernes. El lunes la bolsa está cerrada en Estados Unidos porque es puente. Ahora, no te estoy diciendo, quiero que quede claro esto. No te estoy diciendo que te quedes todo el fin de semana viendo tu teléfono. No. A la verga con eso. No me importa si vas a hacer dinero o no, etcétera. Pero si el fin de semana vas a estar en tu computadora por alguna razón, una vez más, no que sea la causa, porque no vale la pena perder un fin de semana para ver si pasa. Pero si vas a estar en tu computadora, ya, yo pondría mucha atención este fin de semana. Tengo volatilidad nula en Bitcoin, tengo volatilidad nula en Solana, que está dándose en temporalidades bajas. Tengo al gobierno de Estados Unidos sacando papeles de extraterrestres, en lo que todo el mundo está en la pendeja. Donald Trump te acaba de decir altos históricos y lo están repitiendo en todos lados. Te ponen que Kevin Walsh, nuevo pendejo de la Fed, juntó una foto que es alcista. ¿Es alcista? Sería el fin de semana el momento correcto para hacer la siguiente patada para abajo. Solamente digo, usando un poco de lógica. O el engaño para ir para arriba. Y para los dos estarías preparado. ¿Cómo sabrías si va a ir para arriba y voy a estar preparado? Sencillo. Tienes esta línea acá, en este mínimo. Si caes y no cierras por debajo de 75 y te quedas por acá, vas para arriba, para después ir para abajo, no te equivoques. Pero si caes, cierras por debajo de 75 y regresas a retestear acá, vas a caer. Y esa va a ser tu oportunidad de corto. Es por eso que es importante aprender a tradear y no nada más ver esto, porque es difícil entender ese concepto si no sabes lo que estás haciendo. Solamente para empezar un poco más de lejos, trimestral para todos ustedes, un gráfico con velas de 3 meses cada uno. Cuando fue el mercado bajista del 2018, tuviste 2 velas por debajo del promedio del 9 y después despegaste. Este va a ser tu segundo cierre por debajo. Cuando lo tuviste el ciclo pasado fueron 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Eso quiere decir que estás agregando una vela. Tiene que continuar esa tendencia. Simplemente yo lo pondría que 3 va a ser el promedio. Porque Bitcoin me parece está más o menos en esta misma etapa ahorita. No está en esta. Esta era muy joven. Está más acá. Entonces yo pondría que mínimo te va a dar otra vela trimestral. Acá todavía falta 1 mes y 9 días para cerrar esto. ¿Ok? Ya vieron de dónde saqué esto. Y esta va a ser tu punto importante en la tabla a seguir. Lo que se convirtió en soporte para los aranceles y alto histórico. Esto es lo que debería ser lo que está siguiendo. Trimestral es una situación bajista. Lo puedes ver claramente ahí. También con volatilidad expandiendo a la baja. Y simplemente cada que la volatilidad continúa a la baja, el precio continúa a la baja. Cuando se empieza a dar la vuelta, ya viste el fondo. Todavía no da eso. Mensual estás a punto de confirmar un setup de volatilidad por arriba del 15%, pero la confirmación te la daría el próximo mes. Todavía faltan 10 días para cerrar esta vela. Bueno, 9 y 9 horas. Y después tendrías que cerrar el próximo mes por encima. Esta volatilidad parece estar favoreciendo movimientos a la baja. Entonces, este rechazo del promedio del 9 y el 21 en la mensual es lo que te está llevando para abajo y es lo que está intentando hacer expandir esto. Así que si eso se llega a dar, vas a tener tu movimiento para abajo. Una vez más, en el 2021 hiciste fondo en el 100. ¿Vas a llegar al 100? Es lo que te tienes que preguntar. O va a ser la trampa, ¿no? Porque todo el mundo dice, güey, lo está haciendo lo mismo de 4 años, ya que me falló decirlo 1000 veces y he dicho que el superciclo y todo esto. Pero ahora sí ya entiendo, va a ser igual. Y no va a ser. 2 semanas Continúa siendo bajista con el 34 ya por encima del 21, está rechazando el promedio del 55 y estás perdiendo tu promedio del 9. Para que esto se vuelva alcista, tienes que cerrar por encima de $79,000, la de 2 semanas. Faltan 2 días y 9 horas, $79,000. Si quieres ponerte payaso, 81,300, pero ahí lo tienes. Con volatilidad cayendo. Semanal, tienes cruce plateado a la baja, retesteo del mismo cruce con el rechazo del promedio del 100 por acá, y ahora estás por debajo del promedio del 21, que el 21 y el 5 están cambiando de lugar. Esto hubiera sido positivo en cualquier otro escenario, pero estás por debajo y estás aguantando con el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 semanal, una vez más, este fin de semana es cuando cierras, ¿no? En 2 días y 8 horas. Si cierras por debajo de $76,000, ¡pum! Vámonos para abajo, carnal. Vámonos para abajo. La última vez sí tocaste el promedio del 200 y caíste por debajo del 200 y ya estabas muy cerca una vez que caíste del fondo. Y es lo que me hace sospechar que una vez que nos llevemos este fondillo en el 61,300, puedas ver el fondo por acá cerca y simplemente irte de lado por un rato, no sé cuánto tiempo. Si supiera el futuro, sería architrillonario. 5 días, perdiste este setup de volatilidad que te llevó a la alza y ahora vas para abajo. Tienes el promedio del 100, ahora por encima del 55, extrema debilidad. Tienes rechazo, un SFP del 34, perdiste el promedio del 5 en la sesión pasada y ahora te está rechazando el promedio del 21, que es el amarillo, y también el 9, semanal. Si no puedes cerrar por encima de 77,100 este fin de semana, básicamente te garantiza aire para abajo. Y diaria es la que te pone el trade en la mesa. Una vez más, ¿cómo lo puedes hacer? Pon tu tabla en la de 4 horas, junta los mínimos, este con este, y esto te enseña cómo aguantó todo, por más que hayas roto este soporte. Y ahora cae y el rechazo esta parte, y pueden ver que el acaba de cerrar esto, ¿no? Sí, pues pudieron ver cómo la volatilidad expandió, estaba en 11.11% en lo que estás viendo este movimiento. Este puede ser el rechazo, ya. Aquí en los 77 hasta los... pues a la verga, o sea, está cerquitita. 77,300. Ahí es donde puede que te rechace. Tuviste, vean las bandas, arriba de la blanca, no cerraste arriba de la blanca, la tocaste, ya no la tocaste. Eso quiere decir que el 21 sería tu probabilidad, la más alta sería el 5 en 77,100. Llegas a 77,100, esta volatilidad continúa expandiendo, vas para abajo. Si es que no se lleva antes este mínimo, y si la volatilidad no expande, te llevas este mínimo antes, o sea, esto hace esto rápido, no cierras, ahí te quieres meter en long, lo más cerca posible de donde agarraste. Pero por ahora no te está diciendo eso. Por ahora te está diciendo que es para abajo, carnal. Ya lo tienes con Bitcoin. Ahora sí que tu corto, 77,100, 77,200 a considerar. ¿Cuál sería tu invalidación? Probablemente, y esta es un poco más culera porque estás en una tabla de 4 horas, un cierre por encima del promedio del 34. Porque eso señalaría que tienes más fuerza que en el movimiento pasado a la baja. Es por eso que es importante aprender de tus EMAs, mis gallos y gallas. Acá también puedes ver el promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5 en los 77,100. Y es lo que digo, 77,100, 77,200 tiene la cara de que vayas al lugar. Tu tabla de 8 horas, úsala como confirmación con la de 4. Tabla de 8 horas y está en 0%, no se está moviendo con este movimiento a la alza. Y acaba de abrir hace 4 minutos. Esta está dándose un poco para abajo con este movimiento de la vela verde. Eso quiere decir que esta subida no está respaldada por el movimiento a la alza. Así que atentos, tiene más cara de corto que de cualquier otra cosa. Bien, puesto en la mesa y con todo listo y derecho. Amazon. Lo que platicó Alex en estos momentos de Amazon, se los voy a poner bastante sencillo porque habíamos dado este trade. Amazon, estás en los 269, puedes usar el tope de esta vela para un corto. Primero, los 269. Te llegas a llevar este alto, también puede ser un poco más, es más, puede ser más extraordinario, perdón, estoy viendo la diaria. Puede ser más, darte el lujo de esto. Esto, que sea tu stop loss, puedes entrar aquí en 2.69 y una vez que te lleves los 2.71, por ejemplo, te sales. Justo acá es menos de 1%. Aquí te da para que le metas rico de apalancamiento. ¿Cuál sería tu take profit? Por aquí más o menos. 260 a 250. Lo que tenemos nosotros sería esto, 255, que es donde va a estar el promedio del 34 diario. Y eso todavía es un bajo más alto. Nadie está diciendo que ya se va a ir para abajo ni para arriba, pero lo que sí es que tiene cara de que esta es una zona de corto y lo puedes invalidar acá y está cerquititititite de ello. ¿Cómo sabes que te equivocaste? Pasándote de estos máximos acá, del 13 de mayo y el 14 de mayo. Eso es lo que vas a usar como tu invalidación. Vientos, vamos a la que sigue. KWEB. Uf.
Nice. Let's see here. Yeah, one of those shirts. Wait. All right, let's take a look at this. I
1 second.
believe it was probably an investment.
Yeah, for investment.
Yeah. So yeah, one of those, icky charts. And really, you're at that point now, pressing that really extremity low resistance, which if you go onto like that bi-monthly chart, kind of view this, you can literally just draw a line from the low, the wick low, and then also the high. One candle bi-monthly kind of forms the range. You are now just pressing the extreme low of that. And this is the last spot that's going to give you that move down to the 52-week low, right at that $17.16 region. And investing wise, this is really looked at as like a dead chart. You even have a lower low break on the bi-monthly freshly, meaning that really for the last 2, 4, 6, 8 months, you've essentially came all the way down and now have broken the bi-monthly trend. That just gives you the implication that the higher time frame, even higher than a bi-monthly, quarterly, 6 month, is now flipping down, which is freshly flipping down, which is basically the recipe for not being an investor in this. Now, you want investment spots, and so you have to be looking at potentially this zone at $26 to hold. This has been holding back in 2015 before we went on that epic run all the way up to the $67 region. But then also that, multi-month consolidation where you really saw consistently April, July, October, January, April. And these are all quarterly. So actually better to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarterly candles, 18 months of just holding above $26 did give you that move up to the $42 region. But the issue is here, you've actually consolidated off this spot a while. And so moving all the way back down isn't a boost of confidence. And most likely $26 is a very diminished spot to be investing. I would be actually looking at maybe testing this wick. But understand you don't have moving averages on your friend, not even trend. And right, the question is where should they invest? Well, the only place you have to look at is near the 52-week low for this type of chart. I'll keep looking, going down here. You see here 6 month is closing, and that is just setting up for a bearish setup here. You had basically a 6 month evening star leading to the follow through. So that has top on the macro. And now what you're watching for is just 6 month ends up losing $26. It will just play into the idea that you are about to actually, fill some of this wick out and go possibly even lower. Let me see. Maybe the weekly will be your friend. So weekly volatility setup is giving you some kind of at least indication that volatility is still consolidating. Let me fix that. Okay, a little strange. Just go back here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, weekly volatility is still contracting. I'll put that at 15%. But you are now getting a fresh weekly volatility setup. This is not a big boost of confidence, especially right after you are essentially now consolidating under a weekly SMA 200. Plays into the reason on why maybe this isn't the most or the highest probability spot to be investing or even longing in this. just simply due to the fact that this has freshly lost the weekly SMA 200, and now you are starting to see the follow through down. That at least just can keep whoever asks this, hopefully in check, because we have seen this kind of characteristic before, and it's almost like the equivalent of investing here, where you've just freshly lost that weekly SMA 200, stayed under it, and you do notice that just fully meant this was in bear control. So, okay, you got back above. This was a good trade, but right, it's often very hard to invest in something when you are under its weekly SMA 200. That's just the ultimate sign of weakness. Yeah, so tired of the internet. There we go. We're back. We're back in black. I'll just keep being connected to my hotspot because, well, Cancun has a McDonald's internet. So, right, what I was mentioning here is often under a weekly SMA 200 just means that then you are in a monthly bear market and also under the weekly moving averages. Now, mind you, this rejection simply came off of a weekly EMA 5, which has now taken you down. Let's measure it like 11.9%. So the question was, where should this person be investing in this chart? This is considered a dead chart, but if you are like you care about fundamentals over TA, then just really look to be filling this wick out kind of at a minimum. Use kind of this 52-week low at $17.22 as an area of kind of risk. The closer you get to investing at this wick low, the better. Be like maybe something like this, but you really do need to see a big move back up. Once you do reclaim $26, this will at least confirm these buys as some kind of bottom. Could be even just a lower time frame bottom, and that could give you just a move back up to the monthly 5 or 9. Now, if you continue to hold above $26, then good. GG bulls, I was wrong. $26 is still the footing ground here, but then you are going to need to see that hold for at least the next few months. We don't just blindly invest in levels just first time. You need to be convinced, and often with these type of charts, you'll get some kind of consolidation. Consolidation can lead to bullish price structure. And then luckily for us, even the monthly 5 here is right at $29.79, very near this area of support. Let me just double check that to make sure as well. That's a proper line. Boom, boom. And then we'll even take it from this low. This line did just magically appear. I accidentally put it, but it does actually work to kind of form a range here. So we'll actually keep that. Once you actually get back with that monthly 5, to me, that'll be the first indication that, okay, this isn't like macro bottom, but it's starting to repair, and you potentially are going to enter into a bigger range and at least maybe test closer to the monthly 9 and or 21. Or basically from this zone, you could get into a like a 13 to 10% range. Understand every move is going to be muted as long as you are under $36. So get back with $36. Cool. You can actually start talking about this environment. This is the only time when you can start talking about this environment, though, is once you're back above $36. If this stock does not get back above $36, this ultimately will just result into a macro lower high. Because understand, off of this lower low break, you are looking for some type of mean reversion that might come in the form of $26 does end up holding for the next month or two. You move up, you lower high, and then you move down. Or it might come into the form of you do break down from here, you make your next low, you fill out some of this candle, and then you come in for the macro lower high. Regardless, this now is in lower low, which ultimately puts us in macro lower high. And we know that that can, often take a little bit of time, like going into June, July. But still, that is still meaning this is more in a high probability bounce zone, but that will most likely result into a bearish outcome. So be fully in defense mode on this chart. If you actually are putting money here, and even look at this, this biweekly is telling you this could just be a deviation, do that kind of bad deviation, and then biweekly closes today into next week or the next following 2 weeks. You do move up slightly, but then you just form another lower high on the biweekly, and this does just result to the move down. I still stand on, answering the question, like, if you want to invest in this, just invest as close to the 52-week low as possible. I would not be nibbling at $26, just simply based on the weekly SMA 200 loss. Just really start focusing on that 2022 low. Try to invest as close to that as possible. That way you at least keep your area of risk managed, because at current market price, if we end up going back down to that spot, it could just result to another 32% move down. And actually, last time we did was just off the back of the weekly losing $26 and then rejecting the 5. So you haven't lost $26, but you are rejecting the 5. So it is just kind of playing into, well, bears are just fully in control in this chart. The weekly volatility setup, most likely there's a weekly silver cross. Yeah, you see that. Not a bullish chart to be looking at to be throwing your money. So hopefully that answers the question. 52-week low, though. That's what I would be watching.
Yeah. I mean, if they're lucky, right? Like,
if not, I wouldn't be.
Yeah. I want to show you something real quick, because Celsius was looking good. And I was like, how the fuck? It makes no sense. How's that looking now? We said back here, we're probably going to come down and see this low, and now it's heading there. Now it makes sense. So you just made an insane higher low right here. And remember, these companies haven't made an all-time high. This has been 2 years. The one that we're looking at, K-Web, it's fucking since 2021. This is like 2000 repeating itself for a lot of companies, where it took 14 years for them to see again like all-time high levels, if they make it.
Yeah, and that's interesting, because then after you just fizzled out, consolidated up, and then now you're breaking down again.
Yeah.
So
this is really weak sauce.
Pretty just destruction. Yeah. So that's why it's like, even your chart, it's very hard to be investing here. If you move down to that 17, though, maybe if you have to invest in this chart at all, this would be considered a dead chart, though. Like, off your watch list, not even worth it. Just move on.
And it's an ETF, so who the fuck knows? Volume is so small. I mean, so small. This is a $30 million volume a month. This is basically nothing. Strong sell. I never believe what they tell me in trading beef. Yeah. Thank you, senor. Next is U.S. oil. That should be fun.
Oh, cool. Yeah, well, we'll check that, because again, everyone's bearish on oil again.
Yeah, I saw Barrett posting the collapse of oil again. They won't stop. They won't stop.
So that's a big sign already in itself. So we'll check that out next one. That'll be good.
Thank you. K-Web es ETF para una inversión. Bien. Una vez más, no has hecho alto histórico desde el 2021. Ya han pasado más de 5 años. ¿Ok? ¿En qué estás invirtiendo, mi hermano? Porque estás invirtiendo a largo plazo, ¿no? Entonces, si hubieras metido todo tu dinero acá, estarías como compradores de Nike. No, Nike está peor porque está aquí abajo, debajo de 14 años. Pero si pones atención, estás a punto de llegar a este punto. Este punto fue donde salió el IPO o el initial offering de esto, cayó, y ahí encontraste soporte en el 2015 que te llevó al máximo histórico. Estás a punto de perder ese soporte, lo vas a retestear ahorita. ¿Dónde vas a invertir? ¿No? Estás también cayendo de esta línea que te había aguantado 1, 2, 3, 4 y la quinta fue la que la rompió. Bien, eso va con las probabilidades. Acá, ¿qué te digo de esta línea? La ruto 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y esta es tu sexta vez tocándolo. Tienes un cruce plateado fresco a la baja en tu tabla de 2 semanas. Veniste a retestar el promedio del 9, una vela envolvente bajista. Si tienes huevos, ¿no? Y crees que esto de verdad es las tetas de la vaca, cerca de este nivel de los 17. Porque si le metes ahorita pensando que ya no puede caer más, puedes perder 35% más de tu lana tranquilo, y eso es sin contar que puedes perder mucho más. Porque esto no te garantiza que esto vaya a aguantar, tío. Es un ETF a fin de cuentas que se va diluyendo a través del tiempo. Hasta la gente que apostó en este fondo, ¿no? Acá le funcionó por 10 años y después ya no. Sencillo, como dice Alex, justamente aquí en los 17.37 es donde esperarías ver algo de acción, pero rechazo el S&P 200. No sé qué sea esto una vez más, no tengo ni puta idea, pero no se ve bien. Volatilidad había expandido a la baja con este movimiento en la de 2 semanas, la mensual apuesto que está con todo. Exactamente, la mensual está expandiendo a la baja, trimestral también, con este movimiento de acá. O sea, mínimo vienes acá, entonces lo más cerca de 17 si le quieres meter. Y ahí, no, una vez más, está en ti, mi estimado Elías. Vientos. Vamos a US Oil, que todo el mundo anda prendiendo la veladora diciendo que ya va a colapsar, sobre todo en un fin de semana donde te soltaron a los extraterrestres. Vamos a ver cómo nos va con ese trade de US Oil. Recuerden, before I jump into it, let me say it in Spanish and then I'll say it to you. Acuérdense, Estados Unidos es el exportador más grande de energía en el planeta. Y por más que te cuenten que la energía la estás comprando en yuanes y en Bitcoin, bola de pendejos, la están comprando en dólares, porque Estados Unidos te la está vendiendo. Entonces, a Estados Unidos le conviene que baje el precio del petróleo, a su gente sí, pero a la gente que tiene varo en Estados Unidos le conviene que baje el precio del petróleo ya tan rápido. Tienes que ser un puto animal para pensarlo. And what I'm saying to everybody is, remember that the United States is the largest energy producer and energy exporter in the universe. The universe. I checked with the Neptunians and other planets, right? So with the United States, rich people, the rich people that own the oil wells and sell oil, would they want oil to collapse right now, or would they want to continue the party? Just think about that for a second. Don't be a fucking retard. That's it.
So basically, oil's going back to $28.
Exactly. Oh, oil's collapsing, guys. The ceasefire in the Straits of Hormuz is going to open right now.
Yeah, and you know, there's lots of that going around, and articles. It's open, it's closed. It's open, it's closed. Chinese are taking Bitcoin. Trump's doing dirty things. People are trying to get things through. I don't care about the news. I just care about what the chart said. Really, I mean, look at multiple weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Think of all the news articles you've seen from that point. And really, it's been just a flip-flop every single day. And most importantly, many are bearish on oil. It's just more like a guarantee this needs to come down. While the chart is literally saying since March, since the moment we got back above this weekly SMA 200, this has just been the big spot for us. And you even were so gracious to actually get blessed with a move all the way back down. I remember when oil went all the way down to $76. This is when absolute headline traders were off the rails on CR, talking about, see, oil was bearish when this was just a simple retest. Now going into consolidation, you could argue this is just in a consolidation pattern, while even volatility is now contracting. But notice two things: you are holding above the weekly 9, and you've been holding above the 5. So this is instantly now in bullish posturing and more likely now to be going up. You cannot be bearish on oil at all as long as you are above a weekly SMA 200. And I can just very easily show you every time we've been above a weekly SMA 200, it's just resulted in massive bullish moves whenever you are above it. Even here. Let's just measure this chop. 21%. Let's do this. 25%. There was the bottom. That gave you a 190% move. It was the reclaim. That was a 41%. This is 2011, 2014. Look at the big breakdown of oil. Okay, cool. Here's a 32% move, 26% move. Because again, I thought oil was so bearish. We'll keep looking here. This is a 39% move, 21%. And so from weekly SMA 200, we've seen a 52% move. Now, as long as you are holding above this weekly SMA 200, you have to be looking for this consolidation to just keep leading you up. I still am on the belief that once oil actually reclaims $112, you are going to actually see a major move to the upside, which will just simply result to $143. US oil. You can see once you actually got back above the zone, it was just a free move. Now, you did get a little bit of chop in this region, even rejected it on first tap, but you can really see this environment was still in favor of bulls, and even here you were still in a contraction of weekly volatility. So when you started to move up, weekly volatility was still contracting. Why I'm mentioning that is just because weekly volatility is contracting here does not mean that you have to just move down. You can't even see the weekly contraction of volatility led to the major move up here. So yeah, no, oil is looking actually majorly bullish. I really don't see any reason to be bearish, specifically when you are holding the silver cross. It's just a good perspective to keep. And you did get the weekly SMA 200 almost tested. So for that, you have to be bullish on this on the weekly and be looking at this weekly volatility to be really playing out in favor of bulls. Now, it's very simple. You're just simply waiting for 112 to get reclaimed. That's your easy spot for a trade. You're not really caring what occurs under 112 unless you actually reach the extremity low into the 75, 76. So that means that as long as, well, oil is here, you don't really care what happens. You're just waiting for either 112 or the extremity low into the 75, 76. And that's exactly how the academies played it. We had an oil long right in this region that filled, and it did hit TP. It hit the 112. Now, that was a good trade, but now we've seen for the last 3 weeks, it's just kind of done nothing. Many are starting to get bearish, but nothing's actually changed. You're just kind of within a mid-range. So that's why for me, instead of kind of scaling new longs on oil, I'm personally just waiting for this multi-week chop to end, this consolidation to end, and for a reclaim, and I can just get a spring play here back to 143. Because this is essentially a major move up, 28% from the next zone. And even on this failed move, look at the reclaim, the open, and then the wick up. This was 12.5%. And then the reclaim, the retest, this gave you a 10% move up. So we just simply know the reclaims have really, even if they failed, ultimately led to a major move of at least 10%. So that is testing near the highs. So that is, if you're looking for a trade, something I am watching personally, and I think it just makes sense. And even here it is, yes, oil is starting to go into a sell trigger, but this is kind of the predatory nature of oil. Really, if you don't get the major follow through, it can quickly turn bearish and then bullish, specifically on like a daily. And you are just looking at this price divergence here. So it is just like a good case on this could be, at least towards or very close to the end of this consolidation. Remember, this is all meme channels. So no matter how you draw, it doesn't matter. But this is more visual representation of the channel. And the fact that really into early June, you could, right? June 1st, get the actual move. Which actually ties in pretty nicely with our Bitcoin idea. Like maybe we get the major move down in June, while then oil does start just moving up again. And all this led to was a macro lower high and many getting bullish on stocks again. And then something here actually does take place. Because again, I've been talking about a move up on oil really since this move down on April. So yes, you haven't broken out, but it hasn't done anything. You notice you've tried to move up, you've tried to enter into daily buy triggers, but you haven't actually gotten the major move out of here. So this is actually still playing into really good idea that into June, late May, you are potentially going to see, something happen here. And you are now at the extremity low. And let's kind of see where the HBDR 38.2% is. Okay, so you are starting to break down. But again, this is why I'd want to start really seeing this breakdown rather than just kind of hold the 61.8%. Let's see here. Because you've been bouncing off the 61.8, 78.6. Right in this region. And here as well. So at least what I can interpret on oil currently is, yes, daily is looking a little weak, for sure. But oil is that type of trade on the daily that can look very weak one day, very strong the next. That's why I think the higher time frames will be your friend. When you start looking at the higher time frames, oil actually is not looking bad. Daily is just in that could go up, could go down. You have higher lows, you have lower highs. But what's helping us is you are still holding the 5-day EMA 9 and you're getting volatility contracting, saying this actually could result into a move in favor of bears just simply based on the fact that you're not breaking down. You are holding above the 5-day SMA 200 as well, and that just obviously plays into the weekly. And so as long as the weekly 9 and 5 are holding, you can't really be bearish here. You have to be looking for a bullish breakout into really June. And once oil actually breaks and holds above $112, that will be your confirmation that this has broken out. And you are about to see continuation up to 143. Now, again, look at the monthly really fast and just tell me, is oil bullish or bearish? Well, it's bullish. And every move has just been getting supported by the monthly 5. You have a major trend shift. You're grinding a monthly higher low. And isn't that interesting how Tether dominance is grinding out a monthly higher low, Bitcoin's grinding out a monthly lower high, and oil is grinding out a monthly higher low? It's just like the perfect recipe. And then I could just talk about Dixie as well. While Dixie is starting to put bullish, Dixie's starting to put bullish price structure. It's a mouthful there. Just simply based on that higher high break ever so slightly, higher low. And so you are starting to even put bullish price structure here on Dixie as well. Something we have been watching in the midst of this monthly volatility setup. Fully reset now. It's kind of interesting. And actually, you could argue, the dollar's in its own little channel here as well. Little meme channel. So it's like June, July. Could be when the dollar starts moving up. Again, meme channel, but still visual representation of higher lows, lower highs, the tricky nature of this. But to me, it seems like risk is going to get hurt into June. And really, as long as oil, going back to oil, holds above the monthly 5, and most importantly, as long as if you're looking for a trade on oil, you're not trading 75, 76, then you're not really longing oil until you break above 112. And I really do believe that's going to be just a very easy trade up. But that will just mean you need patience. And so someone who's, been longing here, You've been just waiting and waiting and eating fees and waiting and waiting. Our Academy long did get filled, but we did get a TP1 already. So that's just the difference. Until we actually break 112, I'm not posting another oil long. But once we do get this, I will post another oil long. And again, remember, my invalidation is based on weekly SMA 200. So if oil ends up breaking down, losing weekly SMA 200, okay, that's a different environment, and we will most definitely get bearish on oil. And at minimum, talk about a move back to, well, maybe the 60s. But until then, yeah, no, this is a different environment. This is a price structure shift, and often price structure shifts on a higher time frame take a long time. But this is like when you don't flip flop. You stick to what you know, and we all know a weekly 5 and 9 holding is bullish, and a monthly 5 that just is bullish. So if anyone's bearish on oil, just remember, right? It's very actually bullish oil. Some would say this is the most bullish oil has been really since like 2021. So because you got into a massive, let me see here. You got into a massive monthly buy here, or even here, I guess. Let me see here, monthly. Yeah, better yet, actually, we're basically in the environment of December 2021, essentially. And as long
Yeah,
as
I
you
still
hold
think
above
it's
this
more
region,
fucked
right
up.
in the
That's
75.
I think quarterly is the one that has the insane setup that you haven't seen since 1965 on your quarterly chart. Like, why are we dismissing that?
Let's see that.
You know, like that low of a volatility with expansion
Well, yeah, I
hasn't been
mean,
seen since
well,
then.
really, I mean, you have the setup. You have same posturing on moving averages of like 03, 2021, 2008. In terms of volatility, then yeah, that would be all the way over here, which is interesting because that's like near the zone. You could even go lower, I suppose. But really, volatility here, like 69, 72, and then even here in 2014, which again, now we're back above the quarterly moving average. So yeah, on oil, I mean, it's just looking pretty bullish here. And then going back to the dollar very fast, the dollar is even looking more insane, like on the quarterly, just with volatility. Like something big is brewing here on the dollar. What we are slowly seeing on the monthly is it shifting bullish above a quarterly SMA 200. You kind of just have to be watching for that to be the spot. And you've even mentioned the spot here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You kind of get big expansion on like that 5th or 6th green Dixie candle. That could just be the start of a big move. So really hard to be bearish here overall on oil and the dollar, and really bullish on risk, in my opinion. And as long as you're holding above a monthly 5, you can't be. 75 is a big spot for oil. You're not really, you have to look at it like just go on the weekly. As long as you're not longing anywhere but the weekly SMA 200, that's a good spot for a trade. Or a reclaim of 112. That will lead to a move to 143. But anyone who gets bearish on oil, just understand that that's just wrong. This is actually massively bullish. We have to be looking for an expansion move, similar to what occurred here in 2021, which was the last major reclaim of the weekly SMA 200. So oil literally went up 130% from that point. So you've gone up about 50%, wick basis, like 100% would take you like 150, which is even less than what occurred here. And mind you, you did get a pretty big bounce from that point. Right? So like bounced really big negatives all the way up, reclaimed, and then had its leg up. So I'm hearing a lot of people say too, like oil is it's already gone up so much. So that's the chart is saying that's not right. So hopefully that makes sense. 2 spots for a trade, 75 to 76, or just a reclaim of 112. And you literally could take that trade on a daily. You see 2 closures above 112. This will lead to a spring. And you really are even putting in nice price structure here. Like this is looking pretty bullish even on a daily, despite the daily sell trigger. So very curious to see if we're right in June, to see if oil moves up, because that'd be funny. Because many have just complicated the oil trade, and it's literally just been that easy. Just one perspective on the weekly, above the SMA 200s, bullish because the monthly 5 will hold.
Yeah, to me, I think it's just because they're watching the news. Even though they say that they can beat the news and whatever, they're watching the news and wondering, like, when is it going to come down? There's an energy crisis around the world because there's not enough energy to be produced for the 2026 needs. Like I said, even your mom, like not yours, but everybody else's mom's vibrator has to be plugged in. Like before, she used to use her fingers now. And now she needs like all these different toys that need to be plugged in. And that's what no one understands, you know? But
it's true.
Here we are.
And also, right, the big dogs who are profiting off this don't want this shit to stop. And if oil can move up another 32%, they don't give a fuck about your oil filling up in the car or anything like that.
No.
This is going to move up 30% and people are bearish now. That seems like a pretty easy play to make a shit ton of money. So
exactly.
And the
it's really
setup
that
is
simple.
there. So it could just be that simple. Yeah. So watch 112. Once we break 112, I do believe that is just the easy spot to trade. And you can try to trade up.
Thank you. Perfecto. Están viendo el petróleo en la trimestral. Uno, la razón por la que siguen pregunta y pregunta y pregunta y pregunta y pregunta esto es porque están viendo las noticias. Dejen de ver las noticias. La razón por la que el petróleo está caro no es porque el estrecho de Hormuz está cerrado. Dejen de estar mamando verga. Les dije, va a haber una crisis energética porque tu mamá se metía los dedos antes en la panuca para satisfacerse y ahora tiene que comprarse un vibrador que se tiene que poner en la... lo tienes que conectar a la luz y lo mismo con tus computadoras, con tu cepillo de dientes, con todas tus pendejadas, ¿ok? No hay manera de satisfacer las necesidades eléctricas en este momento con el grid que tenemos y con los métodos que tenemos. Además de que en Estados Unidos y todo el mundo, la gente que tiene más dinero en el planeta tiene, ¿cómo se dice? Tiene pozos de oro, de petróleo en todo el mundo. Entonces, ¿tú crees que ellos quieren que solo con una velita nos digamos, bueno, ya se acabó esto? No estén mamando, por el amor de Dios. Sobre todo cuando Estados Unidos, solamente piensa, Estados Unidos es el güey más malo del mundo. Y ahora Estados Unidos tiene el control, la dominancia sobre producción y exportes de petróleo y de gas natural. ¿Esto ya se acabó? Déjame te pregunto eso una vez más, cuando volteas a ver el setup de volatilidad que no habías visto desde 1965 en el petróleo. ¿Esto ya se acabó? Con algo que pasó hace 80 años o 70 años, lo que chingada madre sea. ¿Ya? ¿Ahí quedó? ¿No? Qué chingón. Ha de ser de huevos ver las noticias y creer que el estrecho de Hormuz abriendo va a cambiar todo esto. Ha de ser poca madre ver el mundo tan simple. ¿No? No, güey, es que la geopolítica es más complicada de lo que tú crees, brother. Ok. Vamos a hacer esto, ¿ok? Vamos a la semanal. Pueden ver, en un movimiento análisis técnico para retrasados mentales, esto es una bandera alcista. Queda una bandera alcista a continuación. Ok, eso es número 1. 2, has tenido el petróleo bajando todo este tiempo. Todo este tiempo, ¿no? Y adivina qué. ¿Y esto cuándo fue? 2022. ¿Y esto cuándo empieza en realidad? Hace un chingo. ¿Ya se acabó todo esto? Nel, güey, acaba de empezar. Dejen de ver las noticias, por favor. Deja de escuchar a Paco. Acabas de retomar el promedio del 200 que habías perdido en el 2024, después de haberlo ganado cuando el petróleo subió un chingo en el 2022 por la guerra de Putin. A ver, tío, si crees en las noticias, te están vendiendo lo mismo, es la guerra con Irán. Yo sé que ahora Donald Trump te dice que la guerra ya se acabó, pero también te había dicho que la de Zelensky la iba a terminar en 2 semanas y ahora ni sabes dónde está Zelensky. ¿Ok? ¿Qué estás haciendo? Rangueando en esta chingadera. ¿Qué les he dicho 1000 veces? Tocas la parte alta, apuestas para abajo. Tocas la parte baja, apuestas para arriba. 7 de 10 veces va a funcionar. 7 de 10. 7 de 10. Sobre todo, cuando venga aquí abajo, te va a funcionar mejor para arriba porque estás en una tendencia alcista. Es todo lo que tienes que saber del petróleo. literalmente todo lo que tienes que saber del petróleo. No has ni perdido el promedio del 9 semanal y ya están mamando. Aquí lo perdiste. Veniste a tocar el 21. Puedes venir a tocar el 34. $80. ¿Sabes dónde vale verga esto? Debajo de 75 en cierres semanales. Ahí, pues ahí ven y dime, güey, aquí ya cerraste por acá, adivina qué fue. Esta línea, rechazo, este fue tu SFI a la alza y ya el petróleo se va a volver súper barato. ¿Alguien de ustedes cree que le importa al gobierno cuánto tengas que pagar de gasolina cuando ellos son los que se meten la mayor cantidad de varo porque le están haciendo varo a tu billonario favorito que te dice que compre Bitcoin? No, a ellos les vale verga. Porque recuerda, si a Estados Unidos le importara de verdad esto y sus ciudadanos simplemente dejarían de exportar petróleo a otros países, que se los lleve la verga y simplemente cuidarían a sus ciudadanos. Y no lo hacen. ¿Por qué crees que esto te dio este tipo de acción de precio en la semanal, este tipo de vela de indecisión? Es un rango gigantesco, tío, en el que puedes estar operando. Y va de $77 hasta los 120. Ok, puedes ver, este es como una banderita de Qatar. No sé qué país tenga este tipo de bandera, parece, no sé. Ahora, otra cosa que puedes notar acá, que a mí me gusta mucho verlo ¿es la mensual? Espérame. No, es la trimestral. Para verlo así de fácil. Si pongo una línea aquí, en los 110, rechazo, alto histórico, bueno, no alto histórico, pero alto local. Rechazo, 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 rechazo. Cierras una semanal por arriba de los 110, vas, pero hasta el cielo, tío. Hasta el cielo. Acá en donde estás, literalmente, una vez más, puedes jugar hasta esta línea. ¿Por qué? Porque esta es tu zona de rechazo de antes, zona de rechazo de antes, y una vez que la rompes, vas para arriba. Estás en este rango que te dibujé aquí arriba. ¿Qué puedes hacer con el petróleo? ¿Quieres jugarle a la verga con el petróleo? Es esto. Agarra tu semanal, conecta este tope con esto, conecta el fondo de esta misma vela con esto, y cada que vengas aquí arriba hazle corto, cada que vengas aquí abajo hazle long. Cierres por encima de $102 semanales. Vienes a probablemente hacer esto. Pero casi nunca cierras por encima de los 102, lo puedes ver. Esta línea morada que hay ahí arriba. No lo haces. Petróleo continúa siendo súper alcista, está siendo un banderín alcista y sobre todo tienes una crisis de energía más allá de lo normal. No hay suficiente abastecimiento para lo que están buscando y también para los centros de datos si quieren que tú lo pagues, güey. Es un negociazo para ellos. Una vez más, Estados Unidos se volvió en la última década el productor más grande y exportador más grande de petróleo, gracias a los europeos teniendo un gran síndrome de somos héroes y no le compramos gas natural y energía a esos hijos de puta rusos, aunque sea más barato y no nos destruya la economía. Así que felicidades. Qué chingón y que se lleven todo ese orgullo y las buenas personas que son, me da muchísimo gusto. Tienen que pagar más energía y les va a costar por un chingo de tiempo más. Y lo mismo a todos los demás países. México depende también de nuestro gas natural. Se van a reventar el gas natural. Cuando veas el gas natural subir, va a ser ya demasiado tarde. Y esta mamada, pueden ver que en la semanal está pintando setup de volatilidad. La última vez que hizo algo así fue en septiembre del 2023 en la semanal y solamente lo ha hecho entonces. Una vez que veas esto subir, es cuando vas a ver al dólar subir. Y una vez más, te han dicho que el dólar va a colapsar, pero si lo pones en la trimestral y pones a ver al dólar, el S&P 200 está acá, ¡pum! Veniste a testearlo en el 2022, te veniste a retestear la zona de breakout por fin y tienes 1, 2, 3 velas trimestrales, 9 meses que va alcista y aún así te han vendido que es el fin del dólar. Una vez que el gas natural siga, el dólar lo va a seguir después y ya va a ser demasiado tarde para darte cuenta de ello. El petróleo fue el primero porque es el más fácil, es el que más tienen todos los multimillonarios alrededor del mundo. Gas natural está más enfocado en Estados Unidos y por ende el dólar lo va a corretear. Esto no va a caer. Vámonos, QBTS, por favor, señor, for investment, I believe. 1 second. Yes.
All right. QBTS.
Quantum chart. One of those charts that sounds smart. Quantum, D-wave quantum.
D-wave
I don't know what
quantum.
they do, but it sounds smart. Yeah, what a nice green dildo party all around. So for a trade, let's or investing, let's see. Okay, instantly you are getting a monthly setup. You would want to be watching the monthly 5 going into June. That is at $23.36, and you are seeing that move up. Now, every single time you have gotten a retest of the monthly 5 when getting back above it, it just might take some time. Like here in May, you get back above, and then for the next few months, June, July, August, you get the retest, and that makes the next leg up. Keep going here. So that's just like always an easy one on the monthly. At this point, kind of the objective for bulls is simply to just take out December's high. That is at $32.39. They can actually take that high out. That's their argument for the higher low, the higher high break. And then that higher low would just be formed into that monthly 5, sitting currently at 23.30. That could obviously keep shifting up. Now, HBR tells a different story, but still to me says we could go up a little bit more. Now, HBR says we are in a breakdown, and you're getting that really underside retest of the 38.2%. What's nice about this is the 50%, the 38.2% are pretty near. And the next objective here is the 50% at $32.65. So if you remember what I mentioned, this is going to take out essentially December's high. But again, this might actually result into a move down. Until we actually get, this to update into June, these ranges could easily step down into June, meaning the 38.2% actually opens, back. The price action actually opens back within the blue zone. But how I interpret this, resistance is near. We still could easily get that trend shift potential once we actually take out this high. You more than likely will get a retest somewhere around either that 61.8% and or just that monthly 5 at like 25.20, if not all the way down to like $23. Remember, into June, these ranges will shift. If price action actually opens back within the 38.2%, that'll be your first big sign that you are starting to see a bottom form here. And maybe the move that occurred in March, April is something of like a bottom. And that's just based off the monthly 34, which was very near the last spot back in 2025. You did bottom before, going up. Obviously, I can't say, okay, this is a good investing spot. Just buy it here. But I do think using that $20 region to $23 is a good spot, because at least you have a very easy area, which you can identify, if you're going to actually be bullish or not, just simply based on that monthly 5. We know every single time the monthly 5 holds, you just move up. So no need to complicate that chart. Now we'll go to the weekly, kind of see. Weekly is very close to that breakout. Major green dildo here. Even the most bullish bulls would like to see this weekly wick high flipped into silver. So that is at like $24. Closer to 25. Nice, and that does line up with just a daily SMA 200 retest. So now you can even really dissect this, kind of chart even more, which is on a lower time frame versus like a monthly or weekly. You can see the rejections pretty easily on the daily SMA 200. So if you get any kind of move back down after hitting that $33 region, you've gotten the monthly trend shift. Now let's see if we get the monthly higher low. Watch for the daily SMA 200 trade. That is also an investing spot. It can be a trade, but also an investing zone. So if you're looking to be an investor in this chart, daily SMA 200 is going to be your first big, easy spot. As long as you are holding above it, you are going to be more likely to move up. A move up to me is going to be right into $35. And then you're actually looking for $39.50 to $40 to be tested. Just draw another line right here. But again, that's going to be just dependent on if the daily SMA 200 holds. Remember, that'll result into a weekly buy trigger, and then just simply the monthly 5 getting the retest. So on the daily, weekly, and monthly, it's all lining up nicely. First, take out December 2025's wick high at $32.40. Once you've done that, the monthly is back within an uptrend. And then at that point, you need confirmation of an uptrend by forming a higher low. Once you actually form this higher low, the idea is if you do invest in this region, holding the daily SMA 200 should result to a new all-time high. So it could just look like this. This was your deviation. Here's your bullish price structure and your all-time high. The only way to actually really become bearish on this chart is if you lose daily SMA 200 again. So I think that's an easy spot to gauge on the daily. That is kind of the easy investing zone. That is at $22.98, basically $23. And that at least helps you to identify resistance, maybe flipped into support. You just actually need to see that flipped into support. So that keeps you in check, kind of keeps the FOMO in check, because you still could get about a 24% move before you get some entries on investing, which I think is helpful because it would be, a shame if you invested here, you did the typical, gives you a little bit more green, and then you're down 25, 26%, when you could have just waited for a simple daily SMA 200 setup that does just lead into a monthly and weekly. So that's all I have on QBTS. It looks good. The first big point, though, let's take the December high out and then actually get the throwback towards that low, $20 region. Then
yes, indeed, senor. Yeah, looks good. So far, indeed. What about Tesla for a short? That'll be next.
Okay, cool.
QBTS. Pocos datos, salió en el 2021, 2022 por acá, en agosto. Va como en contra de todo. ¿Esto qué es? D-Wave Quantum. Parece ser procesadores. Entonces debería de jalar a la alza. Lo interesante es, no, en realidad no. La volatilidad te ha dado los dos escenarios. Puedes ver que esta línea de tendencia que fue la que habías perdido fue lo importante a retomar. Ahora voy a ir a la semanal. Se va a ver mejor exactamente. Este es el SMA 200 en la semanal. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal. No el punto más bajo, pero uno de los mejores puntos con una de las mejores expansiones que has visto hasta ahorita. Y esto va a cerrar básicamente en 3 horas. La cosa es, ¿has visto este tipo de setups cuántas veces? ¿Y qué ha pasado en cada uno? Para arriba, y este fue para abajo. Entonces, este último te lo está dando para arriba, básicamente. Bien, bastante fácil de entender. Lo primero que vas a hacer y cuando ves algo así en una tabla semanal, todavía no tienes un cruce plateado oficial, está reventando por fin el promedio del 9 a la alza, justamente aquí, pum, para arriba. El promedio del 34 es lo que estás agarrando. Para poder decir que esto va a continuar subiendo, y ve dónde está el promedio del 34. Ve cómo se alinea con esto. Tu promedio del 34 semanal se alinea con esto, esta zona de resistencia, que después se volvió soporte, resistencia. Cuando vengas a retestear 20, es donde querrías entrar en esto, si es que te lo vuelve a dar. Si no, de todas maneras vas a venir en camino para acá, que te puede tranquilamente, aquí pueden pasar dos cosas. Puedes subir un 6%, hacer un tranquilo 10% por acá, y ese 10% aquí te puede rechazar, ¿no? Que es la zona de rechazo, soporte, ¡pum! A la verga. Esa sería la primera. Tendrías que romper tranquilamente los 33, ¿qué eran? Los 33.22, para decir que, ¿sabes qué? Esto va a continuar a la alza. Pero la primera zona donde te interesaría agregar es en el promedio del 34, que puedes argumentar que todavía no lo vienes a retestear. ¿Lo va a hacer luego? No tengo ni idea, pero esta tabla se ve bastante bien. No te lo voy a negar, ¿no? Como dicen en las canciones pinches que oigo. Acá lo que yo haría es, me olvidaría esta línea meme porque no quiero invertir aquí arriba. Esto es lo que me gustaría. Exactamente. Y te va a caer igualito que con esta línea. Los $20. Y tiene que aguantar. En la semanal, aquí también hay otra cosa. El promedio del 100 solamente has estado por debajo en su mercado más bajista. Hiciste un bajo más alto. Ahora tienes que hacer un alto más alto que este y probablemente te está jugando ese juego pendejo ahorita. Si no haces un alto más alto que esto y esto se empieza a dar la vuelta para abajo, no tienes confirmado que esto ya vaya en tendencia alcista. Lo que yo esperaría es que pueda cerrar por encima de esta línea meme por un rato. Porque si no, lo único que estás haciendo es el retesteo para venir para abajo, ¿eh? Por eso, aquí no quieres meter las manos hasta que no regreses a esta zona y no te lleves este mínimo, ya habiendo roto esto. Tuviste que haberlo roto, estos altos de 33.22. Si no, se va a poner, yo diría que esto podría estar, es más, ¿sabes qué? Dame un segundito. No tienes nada. Sí, exactamente. Como puedes ver acá, déjame hago esto, chico. Estás ante el 50%. Si el 50% te rechaza en esta tabla de 2 semanas, en la semanal, pues estás por acá encima y esperarías poder llegar a los 36. Esto te tiene que dar el siguiente movimiento entre esta semana y la que sigue. Si entre esta semana y la que sigue no te da un movimiento por encima de estos altos y haces un alto más bajo, puedes tranquilamente venir a comer mierda. Lo que yo diría es, espérate, si quieres agregar o invertir, a mínimo en la diaria tienes el S&P 200. Quieres venir a retestearlo, no lo has retesteado, lo tienes acá y puedes empezar en 23, puedes aguantar, está en 22, o te puedes aguantar básicamente la línea que te había dicho en 20. Son $2 de diferencia, no va a ser el fin del mundo, ¿no? Esta es la zona a esperar y no llevarte este mínimo. Una vez más, para que esto sea exitoso, en las próximas 2 semanas tienes que romper estos altos con esto, que retroceda y aguante o los 22 o los $20 y que definitivamente no pierda los 17. Pierdes los 17 y vas para abajo. Por eso no sería buena idea. Esto no es tu zona para entrar, ni de chiste. No persigan precios. Ahí tienen Quantum Wave. Vamos a ver si en Tesla tenemos algo por ahí que nos diga si va a haber corto o no. Lo interesante de Tesla es la narrativa ahorita, ¿no? Porque viene lo de el SpaceX offering y eso obviamente va a tener algo que ver con esto. Ready, señor.
Yeah, it's interesting. SpaceX offerings just the most bullish thing I've been hearing everyone talk about. You get into that, you're just going to be rich. But really, I mean, Tesla itself is just lower low and lower high posturing. Yeah, you're slightly above that 415 zone, which is a big zone. But you haven't even gotten the monthly close and you haven't gotten any kind of retest. So really, Tesla is still very weak, actually. And are we just getting a massive short opportunity potentially here going into June, July? Now, a trade, right? A trade here for me, we're just watching the monthly because the weekly is not going to be your friend. Weekly longs are taken out, weekly shorts are taken out. So not really your friend, and you're just within a tight range here. The range is just simply 436 as resistance, 415 support. If you're going to be bullish here, you really need to start seeing bulls move out of here. It's exactly what we talked about in this region when we were just consolidating, had to see bulls actually break out. You are starting to see weekly volatility give you a setup here. But again, this is where the reclaim of 436 will be your friend. You have seen big moves once $436 is reclaimed on Tesla, meaning really $436 acts as support. You literally can move all the way up to $500 and or a new high. Until then, right, the weekly could be predatory because it looks bullish. Volatility setups firing off, weekly buy trigger, holding above 415. When you do start throwing on the monthly, it does start looking actually a little more weaker. To me, it just looks like you're solidifying this region as resistance, something we've already seen in February. And with this lower low break at that $337 low that Tesla did in April, just seems like now we're finding a lower high quite fast, meaning into June, July, if we do lower a high, well, Tesla could easily break its $330 low and possibly go all the way down to 300, if not all the way to 260s. So to me, this was just the start of bearish price structure right here. And now you're just in the middle of it. And everyone's getting bullish, talking about SpaceX, blah, blah, blah. While we could be just potentially putting in this kind of move. It's similar to like what occurred here, where this was your bearish price structure solidified. Here was your lower low break. Here was your lower high. Everyone got bullish. And then you see that was the big breakdown on Tesla. That actually took you from 300 down to 100. So it's like you already got your lower low break here. You are producing a lower high. You see my point? Like I don't think this is the spot you should be getting majorly bullish on Tesla, in my opinion. Now, if you do continue to see June, July hold above 415, and also you're seeing, let's say, May's high taken out, you're seeing a move back above 460, or just consolidating above January's high, then yeah, this will start looking bullish. But until then, I am really cautious of what occurred here in June of 2022. Because again, like once you made that lower low break, we would have been calling for that lower low break, even consolidation off the 34. That did give you a pretty big move up, but this resulted into a lower high, 51% too. And majority of that was in one candle. So here you've gone up 34%. And actually, it's interesting. Notice you didn't even take out this high in May, which would have been a spot I would have talked about. So I think it's accurate to have a short perspective on Tesla and be really looking actually for some kind of lower high to be formed here. And look at that. HBDR is literally in a breakdown still. So despite what CR is talking about, SpaceX IPO being the most bullish thing that anyone could ever buy, Tesla's actually looking like it's gearing up for a lower low, which will mean that the low that has been formed in March isn't going to hold. We should be looking for a move lower, like at 320 to maybe all the way down to 300. The only way to get bullish on Tesla is just hold 415, I guess. But how damaging would it be if this week or I guess next week, you do start seeing Tesla sell off and go back under 415? Monthlies close back under 415. That would just be damning. And you're only at 427 now. So it's not like Tesla's at 480, 490 and shorts are fucked. It's like, no, this is like literally still to the book putting in a bearish setup while everyone's getting bullish on Tesla. It's kind of funny. So GG to bulls. I think this is a good chart. So again, if someone wants to trade, wait for 415 deviation here. 415 deviation could be an easy short in my opinion. That's basically what we ran here in March. This literally worked perfectly, and that gave us a full trade TP. I can even measure it. Like that gave you an 18% drop. So, right, it's kind of aggressive scaling shorts here. You probably could move up to 436, maybe even get a gap fill, like something like doot, and then move down. But then if you're running with this kind of short, then you're just really playing that May's highs in. You're not really looking for 453 to get taken out anymore. And you're just essentially looking for bearish price structure to form, a little channel, and then you get the breakdown. Once you're under daily SMA 200 is when you confirm the breakdown. And that's when you're going to really start moving back down to the 380s to 370s. But like I mentioned, more likely a move back down to 330 and possibly all the way down to 300. And have you even retested daily SMA 200? No. So even the most bullish bulls are like, well, that's kind of an issue. We need this retested. So you have options as a bear. Wait either for the deviation of 415, either wait for max confluence of the loss of daily SMA 200, or short up towards the gap fill around 436. But then you'll literally have to run that May high is in. You could literally get taken out like this, and then it dumps, and you were just retesting this kind of meme channel we have, this green line. But at least we can say that the monthly is producing a lower high. And as long as you are under January's high, this is going to be more bearish. And we're talking about closing basis, not just wicking up. So Tesla looks to me very bearish. Once you lose 415, you get max confluence. This is going to break down. You even will have the daily SMA 200 right into 415. That's very interesting because you haven't ever had it right there. And that was our big capitulation zone and has been our capitulation zone. So if the daily SMA 200 shifts all the way to 415 and we lose it, wow, I mean, you really could be gearing up for maybe a move back down, maybe even testing closer to like April's low on Tesla, something many haven't thought we could test before. Very fast, look at the quick reaction once daily SMA 200 was lost. That gave you a 14% move down. So now in confluence with 415, with daily SMA 200, you really could start seeing like a 27% drop on Tesla here. Be patient, watch for the lower high, get confirmation on the daily. And if you're looking for a trade, well, you have options. And remember, if you run with the more aggressive trade here, like scaling a short now, you're kind of just hoping or betting that the lower high is in and May's high is going to hold. But I honestly will wait for this kind of trade for the Academy. Once we get something like this, I will run it with ETA, and we will actually be looking for a move back down to 300. So pretty nice stuff on Tesla, despite all the IPO FOMO.
Yeah, exactly. XAU USD, which is gold, is next.
Okay, perfect.
For a trade, which is even better. Tesla, tal cual como habíamos platicado la última vez, estamos en la misma posición, nada, absolutamente nada ha cambiado. ¿Qué estamos esperando? Cualquier cosa que te acerque a esta zona de los 428, en donde está la línea dorada, básicamente puedes entrar con corto y puedes sacarlo una vez que se lleve los 438. Esta es tu vela de salida. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez que rompes esto, muy probablemente vas a venir a cerrar el gap o tal vez no, pero tienes mucha más probabilidad de venir a chingar, llevarte este máximo de acá, venir a los 460 y ahí aún así irte a la mierda. Tesla todavía no ha cambiado nada en esto y puedes ver que está jugando con esta pendejada de acá hasta los 450 y de nuevo puede volver a subir hasta los 460 y aquí es un poco... Aquí yo diría que es algo peligroso jugar con esto porque trae narrativa muy alcista. Pero si no le estás metiendo mucho a esta apuesta, tiene mucho sentido para mí. Porque, ¿por qué no? ¿No? En la diaria, sobre todo. Es una eliminación rapidita por acá. Una vez más, en el tope de esta vela. ¿Cuál es el tope de esta vela? 434.66. Y ahí, si te lleva, te esperas y ves dónde te va a dejar, porque el hype de esto con el IPO de SpaceX puede llevarlo más para arriba. Altos históricos no lo creo, le falta bastante para regresar a altos históricos. Normalmente no rompes el canal y nada más ya se acabó esto. Tesla sigue teniendo márgenes comprimidos y está vendiendo menos y menos, pero no sé cómo vergas estén reportando bien, ¿no? Ahí es de los trucos mágicos que tienen estas empresas para reportar de esa forma. Pero esto sigue con la misma apuesta tal cual. Déjenme checo algo rápido. Sí, exacto. Todavía tienes divergencias bajistas jugando en la semanal, lo que te dice que muy probablemente no vayas a continuar a la alza. ¿Qué me dices la de 2 semanas? Todavía peor la de 2 semanas. Puedes ver que desde acá este fue, según esto, el máximo histórico y no, fue acá y continúas haciendo un alto más bajo. ¿Qué me dices la mensual? Uf, la mensual también se ve del culo en cuanto al RSI se refiere. Pero no voy a basar todo mi análisis en eso, simplemente en lo que siempre hace Tesla. El venir a juguetear con esta zona, ¡pum! No, porque lo que es atrapar a todo el mundo antes de la buena caída. No nada más te van a dar excelentes retornos. Y de nuevo, hasta que no entre todavía el nuevo paradigma de monedas estables, que haya descuentos, etcétera, esto sigue débil. Siguen vendiendo coches. Simplemente también puede ser la temporalidad. Esta es una buena temporalidad para los coches eléctricos. Aparentemente para todos menos para el Lucid. Normalmente fue como cuando Rivian encontró este delicioso fondo, déjame lo llevo a la diaria y que nos lleve acá, en los $8, fue en abril. Y para acá era julio, ¿no? El primer super tope fue en junio. Y es lo que sigue ocurriendo todos los años. Tienes abril, mayo, y luego cae otra vez en agosto. Entonces, puedes estar viendo algo más o menos así, aunque Rivian sí sería un megaputazo y va a continuar para abajo con un rechazo acá de la zona de breakdown. Ahí es donde está. Rivian tiene un corto acá también, ¿eh? Sé que no me lo preguntaron, pero tienes el corto con esta invalidación acá en los 14.82. ¿Qué tanto es ese movimiento de donde estás ahorita? 3%, está bastante alto. Pero yo ahí pondría mi invalidación con Rivian, definitivamente.
Yeah, your Rivian chart literally is what why I posted the ETA short for Rivian, which is filling because it just looks like it's going to break down.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it's a breakdown, just the retest of the breakdown zone, right? Of the what used to be
Yeah,
support. Bloop, and go down. I'm just explaining that temporality-wise, like time-wise, normally April is weak for electric cars, but May, June, July becomes stronger. Then August, it's like a little like a crash, and then you go back again. So that could be what's driving Tesla for real, rather than the IPO and all the hype that everyone's putting on it. And for me, there's a trap right here on the daily, right? You want to just use this and invalidate with this candle right here and fucking call it a day. If it goes above this, just wait. 460 is a nice area to enter. And there's another gap right here that might never get filled, but everyone will be betting that it will.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you know they will.
So that's what it seems like to me. Así que sí, efectivamente, esta sería la idea de Tesla por ahora. Y recuerden, les había dicho desde el miércoles o lunes, la idea sería cerrar esta semana haciendo a todo el mundo pensar que es positivo todo esto para poder meter a más gente en malos precios. Y una vez más, cuando baje, y no tiene que bajar a niveles 2008, una vez que baje otra vez a los mínimos que has visto antes. Por ejemplo, Tesla acá, a los 3.30 o que baje un poco más, todo el mundo va a voltear para abajo y decir, no, güey, yo me voy a esperar acá, voy a vender acá y me voy a meter acá y no va a pasar. Es como un juego bastante tonto que están haciendo. Ramón preguntaba si Alex estaba alcista y Farhan bajista, si Alex mandó o sea, está más buscando cortos, Farhan está más viendo momentum. Y es ahí donde les digo, las tablas juegan un juego pendejo. Lo que tienes que esperar es simplemente las reglas del corto para entrar, porque todavía no hay corto. Queremos perder. Si eres bajista en Bitcoin, 75,000, ya puedes ser bajista. Si no, pierdes los 75, Solana se queda donde está, básicamente sería un long. Tal cual. No necesita más lógica. Esta chingadera es bien fácil. Sí, pero Tesla definitivamente te está dando el corto acá. si gustas jugar esta, y si no, vas a tener la de los 460, teniendo en mente que aquí también hay otro gap y que todo el mundo va a creer que una vez que llegues acá, porque ya hiciste un alto más alto, sigue siendo un alto más bajo, te vas a llevar esto y no tienes por qué llevártelo y simplemente rechazar esta zona e irte para abajo. Que este era el precio original del corto que yo les había dado, los 460, que me falló por $8, $7, $8, lo que sea. Así que vamos a esperar por ahí a ver. Vamos a ver XAU, el oro para un corto. No, para un trade más bien. Y eso es, vamos a ver. Solamente para que quede claro. Sí, alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Oro va para abajo. Es esto lo que estábamos viendo. El oro para mí, que todo el mundo va a esperar a que suba y la chingada, porque el dólar todo el mundo cree que tienen que ver la obra maestra de publicidad y propaganda que están haciendo, cambiando al güey de la Reserva Federal por un güey que, según todos ustedes creen que va a venir a cortar tipos y que no lo haga, sobre todo en un paradigma cambiante de cómo funcionan los intereses. El güey más cabrón que conozco de trading, ¿no? Los güeyes más astutos que conocen el mercado y que han manejado fondos no entienden el cambio en el sistema monetario todavía. Eso, güey, me para el pito eso de una forma que no les puedo explicar. Yo sé que suena nasty, pero es neta. Es increíble para mí el hecho de que la gente esté viendo esto. Básicamente, estás jugando, sí, güey, estás debajo del promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Tienes más chance de ser bajista que alcista. Tienes tu promedio del 9 en los 4,654, donde había un trade diario. Vamos a ver de dónde estamos. Estás debajo de todos los promedios. Estás perdiendo el promedio del 5. A ver si el HPDR me da algo. Uy. 95, 95. Ah, puede que tengas un buen movimiento aquí a la parte alta de la zona azul, ¿eh? Ahora, lo más fácil que puedes hacer es esperarte a que esta tabla de 4 horas te dé la volatilidad que está intentando pintar con el movimiento. A mí me encanta cuando las tablas hacen eso. Ahora, la de 8 horas también está pintando lo mismo. ¿Por qué meterte ahorita cuando te puedes esperar a que el trade te diga dónde va? Como en Bitcoin y Solana. Ramón, voltea a ver Bitcoin y Solana en temporalidades de 12, 8, 4 horas y vas a ver que hay trades de cero volatilidad preparándose. ¿Para qué meterte en algo cuando te va a decir inmediatamente la de 4 horas a qué dirección te va a llevar? Este último putazo te lo dio para abajo, el de antes te lo dio para arriba, entonces debería ser para arriba. Si sigue 1 y 1, 1 y 1, este que fue, para abajo, para arriba, para abajo, para arriba. Estaría divertido. En la de 8 horas estás arriba de la media, por más que estés cayendo. Siempre y cuando cierres por encima de la media, tienes más chance de venir aquí arriba y después al 61.8% en los 4,600. Pero de nuevo, si te está dando la de 4 horas esto, ¿por qué no te esperas? Estás abriendo por abajo, la de 4 horas te puede traer primero a los 4,488, ¿no? Que es el 61.8%, aunque estás cayendo. Podría venir a los 4,450 y de los 4,450 reventarte para arriba. Pero aquí te lo va a dar. Cuando veas esta volatilidad expandir a la alza con el movimiento, si ves que empieza a caer y volatilidad empieza a pintar como para arriba en lo que cae, sabes que va a tener más preferencia a caer y lo mismo para arriba. Entonces simplemente tienes que apostar en zonas fundamentales para ello, sea la que sea. Y si quito esto, ¿por qué sabíamos que iba a topar acá? Caer. No tengo ni puta idea. Tengo que ver estos videos de vuelta. Nah, qué hueva. Pobres de ustedes que tienen que ver mis videos conmigo. ¡Qué asco! Para ustedes, obviamente. Aquí y esta huevada. Aquí. Aquí abajo para arriba estás en un rango muy pinche. Pero lo que estás haciendo, si lo notas, son banderines bajistas. Y normalmente cuando vas a subir, acá te llevaste esto y cuando caíste, o sea, pusiste una divergencia alcista en el precio y una divergencia bajista en el precio. Esta es una divergencia bajista en el precio. Digo alcista, perdón, como esta. Esto te debería de llevar para arriba, pero espérate a ver qué te dice la volatilidad, ni para qué meterte en pedos. Pinche oro, güey. Pero el oro en altas temporalidades, ya en grandes, es más bajista que alcista, por si se lo preguntan. Alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, y ahora la cosa es, va a ser un bajo más bajo, ¿y a dónde? Porque recuerda, si estás viendo la fuerza en EMAs, el promedio del 34 que está acá, apenas si lo tocaste, ahorita tiene cara que quiere cerrar por debajo de él, y lo que sería la siguiente sección a tocar sería el 55. Entonces tiene más cara bajista que alcista, además de que obviamente cuando lo pones en algo así, puedes ver tu vela topera, cualquier cierre por debajo de 4100 ya se acabó este pedo. Y en la trimestral tienes una mega divergencia bajista de acá a acá. Eso quiere decir que con este cierre trimestral, con que no te trepes por encima de esto, tienes tu divergencia bajista confirmada y tendrías que romper también los 400, 116 a la baja para que continúe.
Nice. I don't think my screen shared. Oh, perfect. So gold is a very easy perspective, honestly, because you're just simply waiting for the big bounce zone to be reached, which is at $4,359. This is a big spot. You have about 3.46% more to go. Why this is a big spot is firstly, this is holding above October's high, essentially. Back in October 2025, we locally topped here and massively went down. Since then, gold tried to hold that zone before falling back towards the daily 34. Wasn't until in January you got back above it, you got a busting action move. You had that major dump on gold, which again was holding above October's wick high. Where then that led gold all the way back up. You had another major dump on gold, but then the daily SMA 200 held, and you're noticing that $4,359 even held. And then gold went back up, and we've just been kind of consolidating and chilling. Now, what we see is the daily SMA 200 has moved all the way up, and it is approaching that $4,352 region. So very near the $4,379 region of support. The fact that these two are right by each other makes this the easy trade. You most likely will get some kind of mean reversion bounce, if not bottom off of the daily SMA 200 on gold. Simply, you haven't retested the daily SMA 200 on gold. Well, let's see. Since, because you didn't test it fully here in March. Last retest was here in November of 2023. Well, you went up, you went down, you retested, and then upon that retest, I mean, gold has just went parabolic. If you want to count this one, it didn't retest it, but near it, still bounced 19%. So no matter how you look at this area seems like a very nice zone for gold to give some kind of bounce. seems like the slow leg down before you majorly spring up. My next zone, if 4,379 does end up holding, like the daily SMA 200 just holds, will be right into 4,890. Now, when you go to the monthly here, you do see you are just getting near or going to retest the monthly 9. Again, plays into the idea that really gold is still bullish. You've just been really trailing upward to the right, just off of the monthly 5. Going back to the monthly 9 shouldn't be looked at as a bearish move, and you shouldn't be shorting into a monthly 9. If you lose the monthly 9, this is a big enough step down to where you can look actually for an easy short. You lose the monthly 9 to the next spot, which is the monthly 21, will give you a 13% drop. But until that actually occurs, you have to really be looking at this as a bounce zone, confluence of that with the daily SMA 200, and even the monthly EMA 9 is right at 4,400. So the way I see gold, I really do see it bouncing around 4,379 to 4,400. That zone should be a big spot. You should end up really moving up from that spot. Getting back above 4,860 will be your confirmation of a major bottom was formed here. And then all that's left from that point is to move all the way up towards 5,400. You have massive gaps to the upside just based on how really fast this sold down. And so if gold wants to, it can really move up fast. Now, you don't actually have gaps, but you just really sold down very aggressively, ultimately putting gold into a big range. And so that all this could really be is just a range from SMA 200 to the next spot. It's about 11.69% for the culture. And then the next range is about 12%, playing into the idea that this is just has major ranges now. But I think this is a good trade. And if you lose daily SMA 200, you know monthly 9 will become lost. So then you can front run that short I gave based on the monthly 9 becoming lost. But until then, I am looking for daily SMA 200 to give us that spring up towards 4,800 minimum. And I will actually post a gold long on ETA. I do think you could easily long this zone and then actually use these kind of lows as some kind of stop. Similar to like this right here. You can look at this or this. This low here at 4,300 as a stop loss. Because I know if gold ends up losing 4,379 on lower time frames, I can just cut the trade. So we can have maybe a visual here. It's good risk to reward. It's basically a free trade, like 1%. So then move up 11%. If you want to be really conservative, you could use this low, but see, it kind of messes up the risk to reward. That's why I like this, because now you're playing based on the assumption that daily SMA 200 should be a spring. And that's also with the monthly 9. So that's what I see on gold. Really, it looks bullish to me, and it looks like it's going to move up. All this move has done is taken us all the way down towards the daily SMA 200, which we know in bull markets should hold. So in theory, this zone should just be nothing more than an opportunity for investors and even traders.
MU.
Let me see here.
Because I did gold before you. There was volatility setups at 0% on super low time frames on gold. So if you just wait too, it'll tell you if it's going to go up or down.
Yeah, and that's always nice when you get the big moving average with the volatility setup. Okay, let's see what we're looking at in MU.
It's for investing, but this fucking thing is already up there.
All right, I remember this on the weekly. I'll actually go back. We drew this. Okay, I tethered on. That's weird. The fuck? One second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I remember looking at this. I mean, this was just in high posturing. We talked about really it's hard to be looking at this as an investing zone. You could play the weekly 5. That is something that we did get a bounce. Or the weekly 9. It's not until you lose the weekly 9 where you'll get to move down to 476 where that zone should hold. 476 should be kind of your extremity low as like an opportunity, because when you see this and you go to a monthly, you can see that the monthly is just getting that throwback possibly to the monthly 9, which each time we have moved up, we've gotten at least a move down to the 5, which I guess, look at that, still correlates. Move up has just solely been based off this monthly 5. But when macro higher high is hit, you should be looking for a higher low. And that's why even last time we looked at this for an investing, I was looking for maybe a move down to like that $500 region, looking for some kind of low here. That gives you that bullish price structure, and then you can keep moving up while also playing the 5 or the 9. The issue is that it just ended up really bouncing big off the weekly 5. So it just plays into the fact that this is still strong. Now, if you want to get a bounce here and break the high, or make a new all-time high, you just have to break the high here. If not, you could be forming some kind of range. It's still too early to say, but that's why if you're trying to be some kind of investor here, yes, it would have worked out to be investing off the weekly 5, but just an aggressive strategy. But still, nevertheless, a strategy we talked about, which is still holding and being true. So right after last week, this week you moved down to the 5, and you're now forming a pretty nice hammerhead candle. Only objective now for bulls is to break the all-time high, and if you don't, I would look for a move all the way back down to $600, where if the weekly 5 gave you a 25% move, then perhaps the weekly 9 will give you a bigger one or near that zone. For me, though, if you're really looking for some kind of investing strategy on this, I would just invest the monthly 9. And well, that's been really helping you in playing out well. You've had to have some patience here, but like you're investing back in August, and that worked out beautiful until the next monthly 9 retest. That was 200%. And then you would have invested again or added, and that would have been another 136%. So far, the investing strategy has been just wait for the higher highs, catch the higher lows off the monthly 9, and then as long as you hold above that, that should give you another higher high break. So I'm talking about like a 50% drop to the next easy zone. And that's why for MU, it's really not an easy chart for me. And even finding like a trade here, like it's not very easy. You could be putting in a 2-day higher low. You could just be getting a gap fill. It's not very clear. But with the macro trend still up, the lower time frame should always still be more in favor of going up. So that's all I have on MU, really. The easy place is the monthly 9 to invest. Weekly 5 has been the spot. And really now with daily back above the 5, you should be looking for an all-time high break. If you don't all-time high break, that could be the first signs of weakness. But you just won't know until you know. So watch the levels very carefully. $775 is a big spot. And if you do end up breaking the daily 9, this will result to a move back down, possibly towards $600.
Excelente, senor. We are done. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go? I mean, Bitcoin hasn't done really dick.
Yeah, no, nothing on my part. Just watch the 76K zone. That's the big zone on Bitcoin. Daily EMA 100 plus 76,000 loss is going to result into another short trade and possibly leg down on Bitcoin. And with Solana already giving us that daily silver cross to the downside, it is seeming like markets are just kind of in a wait to break down kind of mode. It's not more, are we going to break down? It's just more, when are we going to break down? So we should be watching very carefully Bitcoin $76,000 region, because we know that's just the big spot. If you do hold above it, good. We can move up maybe to the daily SMA 200. But as long as you are really just at 76,800, it wouldn't take much to lose it today. So watch that carefully.
Perfect. Thank you, senor. Have a nice day. Oh, have a nice weekend, actually. Enjoy it.
Yeah, you as well. Happy Friday, boys. That's good stuff.
Let's do it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
MU, este tipo de gráficos para invertir. Nunca quieres invertir cuando ves esto. Te quieres esperar a que haya retrocesos importantes. Un retroceso importante sería ya esta línea meme en los 450, que te da una de las mejores oportunidades tal vez para entrar, que vayas a ver en un rato. ¿Cuánto cae esta chingadera cuando cae? 60%, 50%, 60%. Yo creo que para invertir en todas tus tablas tienes que hacer esto y sacar tus promedios de cuánto cae del alto histórico, porque intentar meterle aquí en lo que está subiendo así, lo único que estás pidiendo es rogando perder dinero, porque va a hacer esto y después va a hacer esto y después va a hacer esto, pero cuando estés acá vas a creer que va a caer más y vas a vender todo lo que compraste acá por nada. Nunca correteen una inversión. Si no está ahí, pueden buscar otra cuando se dé o pueden simplemente esperar a que se dé. Ahorita, simplemente venir a la primera línea es 43% y esta es 50%. Para mí, personalmente, yo no me meto antes de los 460, pero quieres ser más agresivo, vete a la semanal y lo que puedes hacer es sencillo. Y el problema es que eso te iniciaría una tendencia bajista. Pudiste haber entrado acá cuando vino a tocar el promedio del 5 en la semanal o cuando venga el promedio del 9. O puedes portarte mejor y esperar que venga el promedio del 21 que está cerca de la línea. Si quieres de verdad meterle a esto, nadie te va a decir que no. Simplemente ten una idea de cuáles son los riesgos, ¿no? Porque no todo simplemente continúa subiendo y menos cuando ya ves estos movimientos tan agresivos que pasan tan rápido. Normalmente es cuando le llaman a la gente para que caiga en estas cosas. Entonces, si quieres, la idea sería simplemente el promedio del 9 semanal, el promedio del 21. También puedes el 5, pero ¿cuánto te hubiera dado acá el promedio del 5 con esta vela? Un 17%, nada mal. Pero lo quieres hacer a largo plazo, no sé qué tan a largo plazo sea eso, entonces solamente diría ahí tantito cuidado con esto. Y sí, el promedio del 5 y el 9 están por acá en los 511. De nuevo, yo me esperaría más o menos por acá, entre los 500 y los 460. Tiene sentido, sobre todo este intercambio acá en los 498, por ahí de 500 es donde empezaría la fiesta. Pero estás muy arriba ahorita, entonces semanal, simplemente si quieres ser muy agresivo, el 9, el 5, o si quieres darte también un lujito y esperar, porque no tienes prisa, el 21. Es lo que sugeriríamos. Vientos, pues ahí está. Ahí está. Creo que vale la pena hacer trade de Amazon con opciones. Vale la pena hacer trade de todo como quieras, siempre y cuando te salga bien, cabrón. ¿No? ¿Crees que valga la pena hacer un trade para arriba o para abajo de lo que sea? Pues sí. Pero depende de qué y de cómo lo vayas a hacer. Yo no uso opciones, por eso me gusta usar futuros a mí, porque no tengo prisa. Bueno, tengo prisa para mi apalancamiento, pero son movimientos medidos. Ya tengo mucha experiencia con eso y no voy a cambiar el modelo. Y es básicamente eso. Eso es todo el día de hoy. No tenemos más. La bolsa va a cerrar hoy, no va a abrir el lunes. Ténganlo presente todos ustedes. Eso quiere decir que cualquier cosa puede pasar. Es fin de semana, te dieron archivos de extraterrestres para que todos discutan la nueva información revelada de más videos que no explican nada, pero ahí ustedes lo discutirán todo el fin de semana. Asegúrense de pelearse con todos los demás que no compartan la misma opinión que ustedes para poder hacer todo lo que buscan con las noticias. Y ya, fuera de eso, estamos esperando todavía en Bitcoin, cierres por debajo de 75 sería lo bueno. Cierres por abajo de 78,500 es alcista y probablemente te dé un buen road trip a los 82, 81,500, pero Bitcoin ya tiene cara de que ser más bajista que alcista, pero Solana está aguantando muy bien, aunque la semanal también tiene un setup de nula volatilidad en Solana, que es bastante interesante. Y la de 12 horas empieza a marcar nada. Literalmente nada en Solana. Y en Bitcoin, nada. No está moviendo nada con estos movimientos. 12 horas, 4 horas, nada, está en ceros y está la vela verde. 13%, estábamos en 14% la última vez que lo checamos con esta vela verde. Eso quiere decir que chequen la volatilidad en la de 4 horas, 8 horas, 12 horas, tiene cara que quiere expandir a la baja. Por lo que estas serían oportunidades de cortos, como lo habíamos platicado, tal cual. Tal cual. Así que no pierdan de vista esto. Y pues nada, no hay nada que haya cambiado, ¿no? Todo continúa igual. Me gustaría poder reportarles más cosas, pero pues no hay absolutamente nada. Pásenla muy bien el fin de semana para los que viven acá en Gringolandia. Disfruten de su fin de semana largo, como de que no. Y nos vemos el lunes. Lo que vamos a hacer es, como no hay nada abierto, solamente un análisis en chinga de Bitcoin y de Solamis, y vámonos a dormir, ¿no? Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, cuídense, y Graciela por su atención. Pórtense bien o mal, me da igual, güey. O sea,